and rise for the invocation and the pledges. We have Pastor Joe Garza here to do our invocation. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you, Judge. If we could bow our heads and close our eyes. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for your blessings. We thank you for this day that you've given us. We ask, Lord, for this court, Commissioner's Court, we ask your blessing upon it. I pray, Lord, that through your Holy Spirit you bring wisdom to every decision, every idea, every creative thought that is brought to this court. I pray that your blessing would be upon it. I pray for every individual in this place and every person involved in today's court, every recognition. I just pray, Lord, your honor to be bestowed upon them. We thank you. We put all the proceedings that will take place today in your hands. We give you all the honor and glory through them. In Jesus' precious, powerful, and mighty name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. It is 9:06. The date is Wednesday, July the 12th. We are at the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard, and I am certifying that a quorum is present. I would ask you, I know Commissioner Gonzalez is here. He probably is just taking care of a phone call or something, and he will be right in. So when he comes in, I don't have to just add. You'll just add him on there. Thank you. As we speak. Thank you very much. Yes. Moving on, item D, announcement on disclosure of conflicts of interest. If there are any at this time, any commissioner would like to announce, you can announce later if an item comes up, but if there's anyone wishes to disclose right now. There being none, we will move forward with the presentations. And first, we will start off with amazing in recognition of Thomas Ramirez Lucio Jr.'s 26 years of service to Nueces County. Where, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Judge, Commissioners. We just want to thank Thomas for and congratulate him on his retirement and his 26 years of working with Public Works and his hard work and dedication that he's done out there as a lead foreman and as an operator. And we wish him well on his retirement. And I know Jerry wants to say something.
Sure.
Morning, Commissioners Court. Just want to thank Lucio for his 26 years of service with Nueces County. And I also want to thank, because without them, he probably wouldn't be here 26 years. I want to thank the family and thank them for letting us enjoy him for 26 years here with Public Works and all this heavy equipment and all this equipment he's been driving. And I want to wish him the best of luck in his retirement, and God bless him and his family. Thank you, guys.
Do you want to say something, sir? Mr. Lucio.
No. Well, actually, I would like to say that hopefully the men and women here continue to be leaders and train each other and look after each other for training and for the future for the road department. So that's basically it for the leaders here. And Mr. Juan and Mr. Garcia here, they did a pretty good job so far.
So far.
We hope they continue.
Anyway, that's about it.
Mr. Lucio,
Yes, sir.
are you sure you want to retire?
Yes. Yeah, no question.
Well, we're going to miss you. Appreciate your hard work.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Wait, please don't go sit down yet. We have a watch to present you and a proclamation. We'd like to get a photo with you if you would allow us, please. Yes,
yes.
thank you. Does anybody else want to talk or got one on? Yeah, I don't want to not notice it.
Well, he didn't want to walk down. Gonna make it easy. You can go down if you want. Right? You're a big fan. Just stay up here.
Come back here. Oh, I know.
It's part of your therapy. Yeah, yeah. Walk up there and get you moving.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Lucio. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Te agradecemos. Take care.
Yeah, a lot of darts.
Great service, and we appreciate it very much. And next on the list, item 2, in recognition of the Nueces County Historical Commission for the 2022 Distinguished Service Award, as presented by the Texas Historical Commission. I see you out there, Kathy. I don't know if you want to tell us a little bit more about this, but we just want to congratulate you all and say thank you very much for everything that you do.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I don't know, I fill out the report, send it in for what we have been doing, and it's been great, and I guess we're keeping up with the other commissions in the state of Texas. We were one of about 90 to get the DSA, and we're doing a great deal of work behind the scenes. You actually probably never hear about us, but we're doing so much. Brent, get ready. We have a marker coming in for the replacement for one of that was destroyed during the storm. So and it'll probably be here maybe within the week, 2 weeks. It's going to Mr. Pimentel's department, and then they'll let us know, and I'll let you know about setting up a dedication and invitations and all that. So I'll be back to let you know. But I'm so thrilled because THC and their marker division is not working as fast as I would like it done. I want the work in the day it's due, not 2 weeks later. But anyway, we enjoy doing the work, and right now we have several things on the board that we're working on. Right now, we are working with the WW2 Heritage Program to really do some things here in Corpus Christi. Thank you so much. And I want a picture, too.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
You're just going to keep zooming in. Me? Talking about holding Zoom in last time. You didn't? Oh, you weren't even here, right? No. That special meeting, though. Oh, yeah.
This is your phone. Oh, I missed my flip phone. One more.
You too.
All right. Sometimes I get mad at this one. I'm like,
I want it back. I want it back.
I'll hold it for you. Yes, if you want.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Let me know.
Come through.
All right.
I'm not real sure what.
Congratulations. We appreciate the work you do.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And item number 3, in recognition of the Annabelle Fire Department for their instruction and certification of CPR first aid, automated external defibrillator, stop the bleed classes to more than 40 Nueces County employees. Thank you, guys. And Dee's going to read this.
The certificates that we're giving you read, in recognition of your professionalism and expertise in providing training for Nueces County employees in CPR, first aid, automated external defibrillator, and stop the bleed. Nueces County is sincerely grateful to you and the Annabelle Fire Department for certifying more than 40 Nueces County employees and equipping them with the tools and confidence that they need to go from bystander to lifesaver. So thank you very much. And the individuals involved in all of this training was Fire Chief Michael Clack was the one that kind of worked with us to get it going, so thank you. EMS Lieutenant Lead Paramedic Kevin Ramon was the lead teacher. Captain EMT Benjamin Carzales, Paramedic Gabrielle Everett, and EMT David Gonzalez, and Paramedic Zach Lale, who couldn't be here because he's working on shift today. So
We have some certificates for you guys, and we would like for you to come forward and do a photo as well. Thank you again.
oh,
He was able to make
Zach made it. Oh,
How you doing? I'm Zach.
Zach is here. Michael, come on. I know, but you too. Come on.
Stop at this location program. I'll be appreciative of that. Thank you. You gotta have a designated person.
Let everyone else know that all of our chiefs of staff
You've seen a lot of the cases that you train, so you guys should be well taken care of.
Sorry, Zach. I didn't see that come through.
Just to add to that, raise your hand if you're one of those the Nueces County employees that took this class and got certified. Look at all the people in this courtroom that did. Thank you all very much for taking the time and doing that as well. Yes. Moving on to item F, in recognition of the month of July as Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. And if I can have a motion and a second, Dee will read that.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, if you'll read.
In recognition of Minority Mental Health Awareness Month, July 2023, whereas in 2008, the U.S. House of Representatives designated July as B.B. Moore Campbell National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month in her honor to enhance public awareness of mental illness and mental illness among minorities. And whereas the annual prevalence of mental illness among U.S. adults by demographic groups are 13.9% Asian, 17.3% Black African American, 18.7% American Indian or Alaska Native, 35.8% multiracial, 16.6% Native American or other Pacific Islander, 18.4% Hispanic or Latino, 47.4% LGBTQ+. And whereas according to the Office of Minority and National Affairs for the American Psychiatric Association, approximately 2/3 of all people with a diagnosable mental illness do not seek treatment due to stigma, lack of community-based resources, inadequate diagnosis, or no diagnosis. And whereas mental health conditions do not discriminate based on race, color, gender, or identity, whereas the effect of racism and racial trauma on mental health is real and cannot be ignored, whereas underserved communities and communities of color need culturally competent mental health resources and appropriate training of all healthcare professionals and providers to serve multi-ethnic consumers, whereas access to mental health treatment, services, advocacy, and quality of care to live healthy and fulfilling lives are of paramount importance. Whereas the month of July is a time to amplify the message of Together for Mental Health and to focus on the healing values and prioritizing mental health as mental well-being. And whereas the National Alliance on Mental Illness of Greater Corpus Christi is proud to honor B.B. Moore Campbell's legacy of public education and advocacy on behalf of people and their loved ones who live with mental illness, especially those in diverse minority communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim July 2023 as B.B. Moore Campbell National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month and calls upon all citizens and community members to help eliminate stigma, discrimination for all individuals living with mental health conditions, promote public awareness of mental illness, and advocate for better access to mental health care services. Duly adopted by the vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 12th day of July 2023.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I know I see several of you out here. Do y'all have a spokesperson that's going to speak on your behalf? Thank you. I guess he got voluntold.
At least they gave me overnight this time.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you so
good.
much. Thank you so much, Judge, Commissioners. This is the second time this year that I've been blessed to testify in front of you on behalf of mental health awareness. Last time it was on tardive dyskinesia awareness. I'd like to read a statement from the NAMI National website and then share a couple quick statistics from the Federal Department of Health. Mental health affects us all, and everyone should have the right to be heard and healed without shame or judgment. B.B. Moore Campbell was committed to creating safe spaces for people in communities of color to connect with others who share similar experiences and cultural backgrounds. These safe spaces served as a gateway to vital mental health resources and support networks. This July and beyond, we're not only honoring B.B. Moore Campbell's legacy, but continuing it by empowering, uplifting, and elevating historically underrepresented communities in their mental health journeys, while eradicating stigma and elevating communities. In 2021, only 52% of non-Hispanic white adults received mental health treatment of those diagnosed. It was only 39% for Black or African Americans, 25% for Asian adults, and 36% for Hispanics. According to the Veterans Health Administration Department, American Indian and Alaska Native veterans report experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder at double the rate of non-Hispanic white veterans, 20.5% compared to 11.6%. We can debate and argue and disagree on some of the causes and some of the solutions to disparities in health and in mental health care and mental health treatment, but the disparities exist, and culturally competent care is helpful, is beneficial, and we are really grateful for this proclamation supporting Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you all for what you do.
Hi, my name is Sophie Jimenez, and you can bear with me. I didn't plan on speaking, but I felt that I'd like to reiterate the importance of bringing awareness to mental health. I had symptoms very young as a child, and due to my culture and my family, it was not something spoke about. So I always suffered in silence. It wasn't until I married my wife, who had schizoaffective bipolar disorder, and wanting to help her, that I sought help. I found NAMI. I got educated. I was able to help myself and help my wife at the time. Fortunately, her mental health condition continued to spiral out of control, and she used substances to assist with those symptoms, and she lost that battle this last December. So I did have the wonderful opportunity of going to a mental health conference in Washington, D.C. recently, and to see the younger generation and so many people of different backgrounds and diversity gathered together to help bring awareness was a beautiful thing. And I hope that continues. I've got to see the progress over the years, and it's building, and I hope that it continues, and I just hope that everybody takes the opportunity to be accepting of those around them and also in their own family, and try to have those open conversations with their children and their loved ones so they can have someone to go to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do have a proclamation for you, resolution, but I just noticed that it is missing Kara's signature, so I hate to pass it out. We will get it back to you with all the signatures on there, but we are very appreciative of everything that you do. Thank you very much again. Yeah, we're happy to take a picture if y'all want a photo too. I don't mean to pass it up. I know if you, it's your choice. Yes. We'll go ahead and bring this in.
Morning, sir. Doing good? Good. Thank you for all you do. Good morning. Good morning. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate what you do.
Good morning. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your work. Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate what you do.
Have a great day. Thank you. Oh, thanks.
At least we're getting moving from right now, because later we're just going to.
And now we'll move on to public comment. We have a few people have signed up. Howard Shower with the VFW. If you will state your name and your address. You didn't put your address on here, but yes.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Howard Shower, Quartermaster Post, VFW Post 8932, located at 702 Jester Street. Purpose for my being here today is to publicly thank you for the distribution of the American Rescue Plan Act funds that we received. Those funds, as we know during the pandemic, with the forced closure by the governor, that we were unable to have any revenue coming in, and which stopped some of our infrastructure that we were working on to support veterans and their families and the local youth of the community. So once again, just like to tell you with the utmost sincerity, gratitude from our post members, that we thank you for your support. Post 8932 is a place where veterans, families, and their guests are always welcomed with a handshake, hug, and a hello, where we have an ear to listen and a shoulder to cry on when they need it. So thank you. Salute you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Amber Hazen with Habitat for Humanity. Hello, Amber.
Hello. Amber Hazen, 1901 Pond, here in Corpus Christi. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. First of all, I want to thank you all so much for your service and your leadership, individually and as a governing body for our great county. And on behalf of Habitat for Humanity, I'm very grateful for the grant funding. Habitat has taken a huge hit through the pandemic, and we have so many families in need that we serve, and it is a huge blessing. So we are very, very grateful. We have a long list of families who need critical repairs still from Harvey. Many of our aging population, a lot on disability, many of our veterans, that we go in and do those critical repairs, and we try to keep them in their homes. And we do remodel projects, and we also do the new construction. And so all of that grant funding really benefits a wide range of demographics, diversity here in our county. And we just want to let you know how grateful we are. I did bring the blue folder for each of you today, and that describes more information just about all of our programs and the work that we're doing. I hope that you will take some time to look at that. I think my feeling is there's so much that we do that's just not common knowledge, and so we're trying to get that message out. So again, we appreciate you so much. If there is ever a time we can partner together to do more great work in this county, we are here, we are willing, we are ready to build, whatever that looks like. I just wanted to open those lines of communication and let you know that we want to beautify the city and put deserving families in homes. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for our gifts. Cynthia Winkley is online. If you could unmute her. She is asked to speak. We need her address. Also, if she'll state her name and address, everything.
Hello? Hello, my name is Cindy Winkley. I live at 514 Pasadena Place, and I am on the Animal Services Advisory Board. I just wanted to go on record, say a couple of things in response to the comments at the last meeting. The only reason I came before you guys to speak then was in an effort to end all the drama, get some answers, and move on. In no way do I wish to exacerbate anything. I just want to move on with this. Basically, I got yelled at, and believe me when I tell you I understand the frustration around this issue, because I've been dealing with drama and harassment now for over a year. But getting yelled at because the court is bothered and disturbed that the board is not meeting and doing what we should be doing. So for the record, the last thing I knew back in September, 4 board members, which is half of us, were up for reappointment. We all applied. We were all put on hold in order to be investigated. So maybe I was inaccurate when I misunderstood that to mean that we should not meet. But generally, in my experience, if a person is not appointed to a position, placed under investigation, they're also considered on a leave of absence until there's a resolution. So we still don't know why we're being investigated or what the results were. We still don't have any answers. But as a volunteer, perhaps you could understand my confusion. We freely just give our time without getting paid to serve the county. The reason I volunteer is, yes, for the animals, but also for those who work at the shelter and for the entire community as a whole. So I'm working for all of you and everybody in this county. And, you know, I'm trying to make this a better place for everyone to live. I feel like, you know, if I can just do some small thing to contribute to improve the quality of life here in Nueces County, that's something that I'm trying to do. So I completely understand that our advisory board is not in charge of the department. We have no authority over anything. We have had a few successes as a board. We were accomplishing a lot before we got into all this drama with Miller and McBride. So I'm hopeful that we can put all of that behind us today, get back to the work of serving the Animal Services Department, the animals they harbor, and the entire community which we all serve. So I just want to thank the court for their time and their service. I looked up your job description, and it's totally immense. So I want to thank you for your continued hard work. And the success of our community depends on you, on all of us. So I pray that all the voters are paying attention, that God blesses you all and all of us, and that our community can be strengthened through all of our work together. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last person we had signed up. Is there anyone else who didn't get a chance to sign up for public comment who wishes to do so now? Dustin, you want to speak? Yes. State your name and address, please. I'll write you down.
Okay. Dustin Cronin, 5026 Yorktown Boulevard. Good morning, Judge and County Court Commissioners. I just want to announce today that this last week, I just got my paperwork filed to become a nonprofit owner for people with autism and to help around all the community to do some great work and to educate all of our first responders and all of our school districts around the county and around the city and everywhere. And we also want to look at providing for our law enforcement, for our first responders, for the ones who are nonverbal, that still have the mental capacity of a 4- and 5-year-old. These bracelets that have, it's like a house arrest material bracelet, but not as big, but it'll have like a GPS system and all that, where it'll locate to where they're at if the caregiver's being negligent, or if something serious happens, like the caregiver has like a heart attack, to where if they get like too far away within their caregiver, it'll beep and it'll let the first responders know to go out there and all that good stuff. And we also look to provide a lot of great service, maybe even some housing too, for the ones that are like high function and all that good stuff. And we're also going to work with community choice living also too, to make it better and make it good in the county. And I want to thank you, all of our county court commissioners, each and every one of you. And I look forward to doing this, and it's my great honor and my great pleasure, and that's all I have today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Public comment. Moving on to item number 2, consent agenda. Is there any items in the consent agenda anyone wishes to pull? I have one. I need to pull item E just for a correction in the amount.
Which one?
Item E.
D?
E. E as an egg,
Okay.
I guess.
Judge, I'd like to pull M.
M.
M is in Mary.
Uh-huh. Any others, anybody?
Yeah. I'd like to pull F,
F.
and I'd like to pull Q.
And Q.
And S, Judge.
Okay, and S.
What was the one you pulled?
Q.
Q.
And
E.
F and E.
Any others? Then I will accept a motion to pass the consent agenda excluding item E, F, M, Q, and S.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to E was just a clarification. I understand that the total in here was incorrect. The total should be $22,537.31 on the special motions list for LAN for IB McGee hazard mitigation and the hazard mitigation action plan. I believe you all received backup on that on the invoice.
You say, are there two together there?
There's,
You said the
it was,
mitigation and the hazard, or the,
it's the
IB McGee.
plan that they, one is IB McGee, one invoice, there's two different invoices.
Okay.
One is IB McGee, and they have approved that, and one is for emergency management on the hazard mitigation. But the total is incorrect. There was a mistake on there. The total is $22,527.31. And since that is part of emergency management, I will make a motion to pass that.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions.
Please, if I can get a
Second for
second.
yeah.
Yes, for discussion, yes, go ahead.
Was there a timeline on this thing here that we missed, or that we extended or anything?
For the part on the hazard mitigation, we received a grant of $100,000. We hired them to do this plan for us. They are working on this as we speak. We get reimbursed, well, actually, it comes out of the county judge's funds. I get reimbursed after we pay this. This is an invoice that we pay, but we can't ask for reimbursement from the grant until the county pays it up front. Dee has verified and checked these invoices and talked to them and gotten backup, and we are stating that they are true and correct and asked to proceed.
Okay, because I haven't seen the backup. Is it backup?
I took it to your office, you
Oh.
know what, you were gone. You probably didn't see it. I took it to yours, and yes, hand delivered.
It's the planning meetings and all the things that they did in May and then what they did in August.
Need you on the mic. You got to be on
Yeah,
the mic.
you have to get on.
Sorry.
And which one is wrong, Judge? So, while she's walking up, is there an amount on one of these that's
The
all these amounts?
addition, the total was incorrect. When you add the two invoices, they just added it up wrong. Somebody, I think, a day notified me, I
Oh, I
wasn't
see.
aware. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I
yes.
see.
It says
I got
It's
you.
12,000.
just a clerical error
I
in
got
there.
you.
It's not, the invoices are incorrect. Yes.
Right, I got you.
Yes.
I see.
And I talked to Tac McKenna, who's the project manager on this with LAN, the day before yesterday. They are 90% done with it. What they're waiting on now is because the water districts got in late in the game, that they're catching them up, and they're looking to have a final report by October, but that report has to first go to TDM, the Texas Division of Emergency Management. They have to review it and give it their blessing. Once that happens, it'll be forwarded to FEMA, and then FEMA has to approve the plan as well. And then once that's done, we will have it in place.
Okay.
And this is kind of like the Tri-County Water District Plan you guys are doing. In order for us to apply for grants and things in this area, we have to have a jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. So that's why this is so important.
Okay, thanks for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item F, authorize escrow disbursement request number 14 in the amount of $387 from Bank of America. I believe it's payment number 20 to ABM, and Juan's not here.
My que-
Yes. You have a question? Yes.
Yeah, I thought we had already, IBM, a few minutes ago, or a couple of months ago, there was an issue on the payment, and we thought we had cleared that. So this is another payment besides what we were disputing?
Yeah, the other payments were from previous months before that were withheld, that didn't move forward. This is actually, does it say on there which month it is?
Ending April 30th, 2023.
So this invoice is even back from April. So they are continuing to work, but we just got very far behind in payments with them. There's another payment going to be coming out. Go ahead. Go ahead, Teresa. Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez, this bill is for the services for the month of April. It does not include the change order that happened in May, but it's a good invoice. It's been audited and Juan has approved
Signed off
it.
on it, yes.
Okay. All right. I just want to pay for something they're not doing, so.
Absolutely, I
So-
appreciate that.
All right. Well,
Um,
move.
We have a motion to pass. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item M, Commissioner Chesney, you asked to pull on approving the outside agency contracts for Nueces County.
Judge, I just was wanting to add, make a motion to amend and add $1,000 from Precinct 4. I know I gave to the, I can't remember the horse one related to the livestock show, but I just wanted to add $1,000 from Precinct 4 funds to this too. So that was just all I was pulling it for, Judge, was to make that motion to amend.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to amend and add an additional $1,000 from Precinct 4. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item Q, and Commissioner Gonzalez, this is your, oh, go
I
ahead.
think now
sorry.
we have to, that was. the
Oh, now
amendment.
we have to pass the whole thing, sorry.
Right.
Thank you for catching me.
So, and I would make a motion to now pass item M as amended.
So second.
We have a motion and a second to pass item M as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much for catching that.
Yes, ma'am.
Item Q, Commissioner Gonzalez, you have a question or wanted to pull the execution of the notification of the funding street improvement fund?
Yeah, I'm just, this is what we get every commissioner or judge.
This,
from
I
the
understand.
RTA, in reference to like 20,000 or whatever it is, 18,000. I don't know what it is. It's not broken down here, but.
So the total is 79,495, and
Right.
each commissioner and the judge is going to receive 15,899 for this fiscal year, 2023. So it's
Balance
accumulates.
in that account, the balance we've been receiving money.
Oh, I can provide the balances that I have
You told us
as of
the other
today.
day was 854.
Oh, around that
Yes.
amount, that's correct.
854.
It's on the attachment.
If
It's
the attachment is
$854,052.68.
Yes.
What's in there now?
Yeah.
It's in the
In
attachment.
the account.
In the balance,
Yes.
yes.
The total
We're getting
balances
another-
for
yeah, I thought
the
it was
core.
in there, I just wanted to set it.
for 052.68.
I told we save it. What can we spend that on?
All related is sidewalks, everything related to the
It's supposed to be
RTA.
kind of where buses run. and-
That's correct, Commissioner.
But I-
Okay.
That's correct.
that doesn't sound right.
So is
Yeah,
that
I
pretty
asked
much
the
an
other
even
day.
split then?
We're
Yes,
voting.
and I'm going to ask to provide the balances for each one because some of the commissioners spent more, like 2 years ago. I believe that one of the commissioners spent a little bit more.
So somebody hasn't spent a lot of money if we
That's
have this kind of
correct.
balance.
Yeah, because all these
the fund
balances.
balance you're talking about is over all 5 of them, but
That's correct.
each one has been allocated a
That's
certain
correct.
amount of that total.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay.
So we'll get a better breakdown.
Yes,
then
next time,
Of what the
please.
balance
Yes.
is per precinct. is
That's
for the
correct.
judge.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we put that on as an item for action for the next agenda with that backup and how
On
it's
the
broken down?
26th.
Okay.
yes.
Added up to
I'm
the-
sure
okay.
Teresa is listening. She will probably
Yeah,
write that
we'll
down.
work
Make
on
sure she gets it for.
Everybody, yes, it's a
So go ahead and
file.
approve this one here.
So we have a motion to approve
Second.
from Commissioner Gonzalez. We have a second from Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Commissioner Mottos, you asked for item S.
Yes,
on-
Judge.
Yes, the ICE engineering question. Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah.
it's-
Edward, so I know we had some of the background information there on the sheet, and then the attachment was more, I guess, just the blank assessment form that will be used. Should we award this to ICE? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir. So essentially, there's 3 phases. So it's going to be the county as a whole, each individual colonia that we have on the list, and then as we choose whatever homes or whatever we're going to do, repairs or something, that specific property. So it's going to be a 3-phase deal throughout.
And is this the funding? I know that we had announced maybe a year ago, or maybe more, that we had been allocated money from the state. So is this tied into that? Is this that same funding?
Yes, sir.
It's a grant.
So we're just now getting to the assessment itself, and so we don't stand to lose like within a certain timeframe
No,
using
we
that
have
money?
4 years. We have 4 years in order to do the project. We're hoping to do it quicker.
But we're allocated, what was it, 500,000?
500,000 to
Per
start.
year or in totality for the 5-year
In
run?
totality for the 4-year run.
I'm sorry, for the 4-year run. For
And-
the
but-
5
But if
colonias.
we spend the money as quickly as we can ask for more allocation. So if we spend all of it in 2 years, then we can ask for an additional $1 million is what the next level would be.
And this is a requirement of the grant to have this study done?
Yes, Judge.
Well, let's get spending. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd love to spend more. I mean, I'm thankful that we did get this funding opportunity for our colonias, and when people in the community say that we don't put emphasis on the colonias, we have. I mean, that's why we fought to get this designation 2 years ago, and thanks to Representative Heredo and Senator Hinojosa again for pushing this. And so we do have funding available. And I know you've mentioned before in this court about, what is a tool?
Lending library.
Lending library with tools.
So I just.
Is this part of that?
This is part of
Or
that. I
separate?
just hooked up with Habitat for Humanities,
Okay.
a perfect blend with this project. So we'll be getting together and discussing more of the issues. But yes, tool lending library, a teaching library. Our ISD partner, Banquete ISD, has agreed to use their classrooms and their equipment to allow us to use those classrooms to teach people how to fix their homes.
That's great. That's great to hear.
Edward,
Yes, sir.
do we have anybody in mind who's going to run like the tool shed, wherever the tools are going to be kept? Or
Right now, it's we put it out. We haven't received any people that want to be our manager, so it may end up being a hybrid, as we discussed, Commissioner, to where the county does a portion of it and the Habitat for Humanities or this other group or whoever group that we get does a portion of it, which is the trainings and the management of the grant.
and how is it going to be done to get the word out to the public and the colonias that this is going to be coming for them?
That'll be part of the next phase, once we've got the environmental study on, and then we've got the management group. The management group would help us put the word out. But the word is getting out.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And so with this step, then the state, I guess this is federal funding that's sent to the state and then the state to us.
Yes, sir.
That's the pattern.
That's
how
the
it
path
works.
through it.
Okay. So this is similar to what's being done in the other 7 colonial self-help centers in the rest of the state. Is that correct?
Correct.
Or are they a little bit more advanced?
They're more advanced because they've been around longer, and then there's hybrid systems. That's where we've discussed. There's certain counties that fund the whole thing through a private contractor or private groups. There's some that completely do it intrinsically through their own operations, and then there's some that do a hybrid. A portion of it goes to the group, and a portion of it the county manages. So those are the different models that are being used right now.
And I have a few other questions, but not tied in, but not necessarily directed to this, but we can follow up after the meeting on it.
All right, Commissioner.
Thank you, Edward. Motion to approve, Judge.
We have a motion and a second to approve item S, the selection of ICE consulting engineers. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to 3, our regular agenda, 3A1. Discuss and consider the following relating to the county depository and the county and district clerk court registry funds. We've already voted on these in the past, but we have to do these resolutions. They're a part of the requirement. I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item 2, discuss and consider approval for Nueces County to extend the deadline for outstanding invoices for Brooks County until July 31st, 2023. This is through the medical examiner's office, and I understand they're here to help explain a little bit about what they're asking and their commitment in their ask as well.
Good morning, Judge. For the record, Forrest Mitchell, Director of Operations. I've got with me Dr. Fagan as well. Currently, we're conducting autopsy services for Brooks County. We have been conducting them under an interlocal agreement for many, many years now. They have advised us that they are not able to currently pay some of the outstanding invoices that they have with our office. Normally, if they had an outstanding invoice, we have the ability to discretionary a decision to suspend doing any more autopsy services for them.
But back it up a second. Their ability to pay is in part because we changed our rates in the middle of their year for what they had budgeted, right?
Yeah, well,
Yes.
they have run out of money, according
Yes.
to their auditor's office. They have run out of money to pay for
But
the
did our
autopsies.
rates change in the middle of the year after their budget
We
process?
did.
Yes,
In
okay.
October
That's what I
12th.
wanted clear, that the people understand that.
Well, yeah, but did they run out of money because of our rates changing, or did they run out of money because they ran out of money?
Yeah.
They haven't advised us because of whether or not it was our rates that changed. They've just told us that they have run out of money and they're trying to move monies around. But one of the situations is that we have raised our rates. We're doing full autopsies, and those cost significantly more than just the regular autopsies that have been performed in the past, which were external exams in many cases. So,
I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, get back.
That's okay, Judge.
Yes.
So they have asked that we extend autopsy services to them. We've now done 6 autopsies, and there's a total of $25,000 worth of invoices that are outstanding. So they've asked that we continue to take their cases, should they have them, and that they give us, or we allow them to have a little bit more opportunity to pay that until the end of the month.
And,
Well, what does that mean?
yeah,
Like,
does
they're
their
going to pay us
budget?
$500 at the end of the month, or they're going to pay off the bill at the end of the month?
They have told us that they will pay the outstanding invoices by either mid-month or by the end of the month.
The $25,000 will be paid by mid-month, which is now.
I'm
or-
sorry, Commissioner, let me correct myself.
Okay.
We have 2 outstanding invoices that have exceeded the time period. We have additional invoices that have been sent to them that have not exceeded that time period, their 30-day window to pay. And then we have invoices that are yet to be sent to them for autopsy services that we have provided. So all together, all of those combined total $25,000 worth of services, but we haven't, they're only talking about,
What is the outstanding amount then, that's over 30 days?
I believe it's, let me see real quick, just stand by. I know it's in excess of $7,000 right now. Yeah, $7,290.
290.
That have exceeded the 30-day window.
So I got to say, I'm a little concerned that a county can't pay $7,000. I know it's not a big county, but it does make me a little nervous that now we got $25,000 out to them. So, I mean, I don't know, that's, right, I mean, so they want to keep sending us stuff? And how are they going to ever catch up if they can't pay $7,000 now and they owe us $25,000, and then they're going to want us to give more? I mean, I would think we need to get all $25,000 on a payment plan before we accept anything else more from them. Because if they can't pay $7,000, how are they going to pay $25,000?
Correct, Commissioner. That's one of the things
I got it.
we certainly want your input on and discretion on whether or not we would invoke the clause in our interlocal agreement that would suspend any future cases until they pay their outstanding invoices.
So,
What do you think?
and then the 2 are over 30 days, and then the other ones are what?
We have another 2 which have not reached that time frame, and then we have 2 more yet to bill.
But they're going to probably come back and ask for, I guess, an extension on that too?
I don't have any information that they would do that.
Yeah, I just think we need to come up with some plan that doesn't just deal with these 2, but that deals with some sort of thing going forward so that you don't have to waste your time and come back over here all the time for this, because that's the last thing I want to do is pull Dr. Fagan away from autopsies to come over here and talk to us about $7,000. So, I mean, that's not a good expenditure of our time either, or your
It should be
time.
something we do across the board all the time, something.
Well,
Is
they
there
have
any
something-
policy we have in place, Jenny, or anything that we do on that?
Well, yeah, he's told us what they have in
Yeah.
place. He's asking us to suspend it. So
Yeah.
It
I
is.
don't know if I want to start setting a precedent of suspending what we have in place if people can't pay their bills, because no offense, I'm not concerned about Brooks County. That's not who I represent. So I don't know why we would be making exceptions for a county that is not in Nueces that we're just doing out of courtesy.
Much less there's double the whammy, like I said when it was brought to my attention, because then we're also paying our medical examiners to do these, and they get their percentage. And
yeah,
They don't get their percentage until we collect.
Well, right.
But they're going to ask us for it, and that's what I asked for. If you were coming forward with this, then I needed in writing at your request that you're willing to gamble on your 40% as well, because the county's not going to pay for that if they default.
That's correct.
Yes.
So, yes, I do understand and agree that if Nueces County is not paid, then the doctor commissions would not be paid as well.
Yeah, I think.
I think it's still.
Yeah, I'm not. And I don't.
You gotta visit the percentage thing again.
Well, I'm sorry, we got to think of Nueces County first, and this is taking man and woman power away from Nueces County to do these things that we're not getting paid for timely. So, that might be time you and your doctors would spend on other autopsies, or I know you prioritize Nueces County, but still, it's taking time away from counties that pay. It's taking time away from others. So I get we're all in a tight spot, but boy, let me tell you, no one's in a tighter spot right now than Nueces County is. Our budget's going to be the worst ever unless some miracle happens. So I'm not really in a waving mood after knowing what we could be facing here at Nueces County. I don't know how we can do that.
I'm told that by the end of this month, Brooks County will be able to at least say what kind of payment plan they can put in place. If you want to move that to the 26th or...
Yeah, I don't think we ought to waive anything until we know when they're going to pay us. I don't think we ought to be accepting any more cases from Brooks County until we're paid or have a payment plan that we know is going to happen. Again, all for helping our fellow county, but it's Nueces. We've got to consider what we're fixing to come into as well, and we can't be waiving stuff with the budget we're looking at, and we can't be, and that people just have to understand that. I mean, we're just in a very tough spot here.
So then would you want to make a motion if they come to you with a payment plan to bring it back on the 26th meeting?
I'm not.
Or do you want even, not even?
Well, I'm just saying me personally, the rest of the court can outvote me. I'm not interested in waiving fees right now or ever, because then how many other counties are going to start coming and asking when they get behind and they can't move their money around, and then we start down this path of we waived for Brooks County, we got to waive for how many counties do we serve?
Currently about 6 or 7.
Yeah, so we can't say we're going to do it for Brooks and then not do it for the other 6 or 7 who might be in the same spot. So I'm not interested in doing it now or the next meeting, but if the rest of the court does, then I'm okay with being outvoted. It's fine. I just don't think it's good precedent.
And I agree. I guess my concern is the breakdown of how much money, as far as the funding that comes in, goes to the county and goes to the doctor, right? I don't want us to miss out on opportunities that can help assist our general fund. There are new players in the game that have not been, and I don't want to call it a game, but in the industry and the work that you do, doctor, that weren't there before. Correct. There were steps that were hired, that certain counties took to hire our former ME. Let's be aware of that. Many of us are not aware of that. I just came across that information in conversation with someone out of Clayburgh County about a month ago. I was not aware. So the court may have to decide at one point, is it more hassle than it's worth? But let's realize as well that if we say no and reject this, then where we're able to kind of make up for some of those losses that we can't recoup based on our inability to fund, and where we are using these other counties to help kind of supplement that, we're going to lose out or potentially lose out to other counties in our area. And it used to be just the Valley or maybe San Antonio points north, and then it was only us. Now we have another group in play, and that's my concern when we look at this. I agree by principle, yes. At some point, we just can't say let's wait or let's take what we can get. But know that these commitments that we have with these other counties, we could lose those eventually, and that can have an impact on your bottom line, on your budgeting, and all the services you provide.
Yes, sir. That is one of the great dangers, is if you cut a county off, then they will find another home and they may not come back. So that's my concern with just, I mean, if that's the decision of the court to suspend taking on new cases, we will do that. I mean, but I mean, I would just like to emphasize that most likely Brooks County would set up a new arrangement with someone else who is local. And we would lose that money towards our general funds, which I'm trying to keep that revenue coming towards the county, because I do realize that
problems with somebody else, because, you know, we're not, at one point we got a yes or no, and I'm like Commissioner Chesney, we're not, either you do it or you don't do it, you know. We've been here lots of time with this prompt pay thing. Maybe they need to do the prompt pay thing.
Prompt payment. Mike, yes.
You know, they need to do
And I think given the county situation right now is a very difficult time for us to be extending anything to, as much as we love our neighbors and we work well together and we appreciate the relationships we have, looking at what we're looking at with the county, it's really a hard thing to even discuss right now.
Yeah, I think maybe if someone wants to bring back something that's across the board for all counties, that we can all live with a relation with something, then I just don't think we should be piecemealing it. We either have to have some sort of across the board
consistent with all counties,
that's for
that
everybody.
this is a policy that we will adhere to, and understanding that we all get into situations, but this would be the plan and this would be the date that it would no longer go forward. Yes. So right now is anybody willing to make a motion on this? Or
I just think
right now we just go with the policy as it is?
And I think, plus, Judge, we need to look at an analysis. Like we're going to have Forrest, I guess someone's going to have to put together an analysis of how much this extra revenue that we get from these outside counties, I hate to say the word matters, but matters because we get 40% of it away to the doctor, so we only get 60% of it. How much of that revenue is it really worth keeping? You know, I mean, I know it's a lot, but it's also, that means
cost, time,
it's also right,
services,
but I mean,
facilities,
is it really
everything.
profitable, or is it just additional revenue that we might have to cut back, you know, at the medical facility too? But we've never really done that. You know, we've really never done an analysis of, is that revenue that we get from these extra counties worth getting? I don't know. I mean,
That might be something that they need to bring back to the next meeting, show us something like that, and then we can move forward.
And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but it's a big picture question because you brought the issue. And
yeah.
I mean, is that revenue worth us keeping? It may be, it may not be. I mean, now, does that mean we may have less people at the ME's office, but are we only having those extra people because of this revenue? I don't know. I mean, I'm asking this question because I really don't know. We've never we've been in such a state of chaos until Dr. Fagan got here at the ME's office for so long. We didn't really ever have a chance to sit down and have this analysis. So I think that's what we do. And I'm okay with coming across with an across-the-board policy as long as people are going to pay us. But it's got to be for everybody. It's got to be equal. It's got to be fair that we can pass. So you don't have to come back. You just know if someone's going to be a little late, then the court's passed policy that says for everybody, it's one time or whatever. And then let's do that analysis on how much that extra money really helps the office versus the expense that we have to carry to service that extra money.
Commissioner, I do that analysis every month, and I have prepared an analysis of how much we're making from the out-of-county revenues in comparison to commissions and in comparison to other services that we provide in Nueces County.
But does it have a part on it that shows the cost to service that revenue, or just the extra revenue? Because without the cost to service that extra revenue, then we're not getting a true look. Because I've not seen one.
No, Commissioner, it does not include the cost of the operating of the office, and the staffing and the equipment that we use for that purpose. I do know that Brooks County last year did 11 autopsies to our office, or sent 11 autopsies for us to do. So it's not a tremendous part of our out-of-county revenue. It's just a smaller portion in comparison to other counties like Aransas, who sends us a lot more. So it's just one of the smaller counties. But I have not done the analysis of the cost. I could work on that for you.
That's all, yeah, that's all I'm asking
Put
for.
it on the next agenda with a cost analysis.
But I'm not, yeah, I guess for now I would just say
Versus revenue.
What's
Cost
that?
analysis versus
Yeah.
revenue.
Revenue versus expense. I mean, it's great to see all that revenue because you go, wow, we get a lot out of revenue, but how much does it cost to service that revenue?
Commissioner.
That's the true analysis.
I guess one of the other questions is, do we want to suspend taking any cases from them as well while they're waiting payment?
I don't know. I mean, I think we need to have
You said they were supposed to, by the middle of the month, take care of the outstanding so they wouldn't be out. So I think right now we go with what our policy says unless we come back and change the policy for everyone across the board. Yeah. But hopefully they'll catch up on the 2 and they won't be suspended if they catch up on the 2 this week. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, discuss and consider taking action and approving the grant-funded contract between the Nueces County Family Drug Treatment Court and County Court at Law 5. And I believe, Jenny, you put this on here with the contract. I think it says the total is not to exceed $4,300. The rate per hour is about $150 an hour, I think.
Yes, this is something that our CPS attorneys, and Nicole's not here, but she can speak to more detail if the court is interested. I believe this is a grant that already had been approved. There's no.
Which one? Jim?
I am here.
Okay, there we go.
Which one did you go?
Sorry. Yes.
Number 3.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am the county's attorney liaison to County Court 5. We handled our exigent and emergency CPS removals in the county. Drug court is a very important part of that practice and program. We're asking for an approval of $4,300 contract. This has already been paid for through a grant that we received from the Office of the Governor, Criminal Justice Division for specialty courts around the state. We were very happy and proud to receive this grant earlier in the fiscal year. It's something that the Commissioners Court already voted on and unanimously approved. What needed to happen is we needed to come back because this is a payment for services with this contract for your approval. However, if this money isn't spent out of the grant, we do lose this money. It doesn't cost the county any additional funds. We are asking that it be passed. We did provide a copy of the contract. There was one small clarification that we needed to make in the terms section, and we do have the executed amended document for your approval, and we would ask that it be approved subject to that amendment.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Judge, what happened to number 2? Did we table it?
That's what they were talking about. I thought they were going to come back for the 26th. We didn't do any action on it. We just asked them to come back. Yes, stay with the same policy. Sorry. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to item number 4. This was my item. Just given the situation we're in and the special sessions that the governor has called, and in anticipation of more special sessions being called, I am asking for you to allow me to execute an agreement, if necessary, with our legislative consultants, Joel Romo and Patricia Shipton. This would be at your previously agreed upon terms, or even less contractually, whatever, but no more than $2,500 each, as has been done in the past. But with these sessions being called and given the situation where Mr. Kieschnick, we were trying to get a bracket out and some help with our current situation with the appraisals and the problem it was causing for the county. I have been in constant communication with them. They have walked over papers and letters and done things. So I would ask the court to give me that discretionary power if another item comes up that's impacting the county where we would have authority to use them.
And Judge, was this done, were they in contract when they were asked to do this?
No, they were not. They did it on their own as a help to the county, and that's why I put this on the calendar, because they were a tremendous help to the county, even though it hasn't gotten in yet. There's still a possibility, I hear yesterday, that it might still get in, but they walked all over the courthouse. They talked to people. They delivered letters. They helped me write the letter at home on the weekend, sent it. I mean, I cannot say enough great things about the both of them. So it is only if necessary. It is only if it impacts the county, but I would ask for approval.
And I agree with, being careful with money, but this has been such a strange session in that these special mini sessions, or whatever you want to call them, have been called quickly, right, with little to no notice, and pop up, and in some cases, the House has gone and done their work within hours and gone home, where the Senate has maybe had to been forced to stay longer. And overall, in the grand scheme of things, do we have anything Nueces County specific in some of those sessions? Probably not. But this was a prime example of what it means to have our legislative team there working for us. I mean, I'm thankful that Mr. Romo and Ms. Shipton are team players and done it in spite of not being paid. And I mean, the amount of work and the quality of work that they provide for Nueces County has proven itself time and time again. So I get that we said, let's hold off, but I think this is a great example of why we shouldn't have. And only because they're team players did they do that for us, because they could have easily said, Judge, I'm too busy, or Judge, we can't do it because we're not in a contract, but they did it anyway. And maybe that's our way around of saving, every bit that we can. But like you mentioned as well, Mr. Kieschnick going to Austin, I mean, that is a tremendous task. And, that was that Hail Mary that I know Commissioner Chesney mentioned. Once again, we didn't have a legislative team that was under contract for us. So, I mean, I support this, but I'm just going back to that discussion that we had, a month or two ago, going into the summer, that, sometimes it's worth just keeping them on board, especially as we've seen these sessions come and go. And I'm sure we may have another one. So just a reminder for us.
And like you said, what we need to keep in mind, while the governor may set an item on a special agenda, during that process, things get attached or amended, or things do happen that could impact the county we have to be aware of. So,
Judge, I appreciate your approach on this being different than the last time, because the last time it was put on, I think we were asked to do it for 6 months or some lengthy period of time, and that was the objection that I had, was I didn't really think keeping them on for 6 extra months during the interim was necessary. And I still don't, but I do think this is an appropriate approach, because this gives you the discretion on a month-by-month basis. You can literally say, hey, look, I think I need them for a month or a week or 2 weeks or whatever, and I think that's a lot different approach, and I'm supportive of that. I totally agree with what John said in regards to some of the comments that he's made, and I would suggest that we pay them a supplement, not, for whatever, up to that amount that you just said for the work that they've done, because I certainly don't want them to have to do anything for free. So whatever, you think is appropriate for the time that they spent doing those things, within that $2,500, I would, not only would I support your proposal, but would offer an amendment to say that they be paid for the work done in the scope of this up to $2,500 that you feel is appropriate, because I don't, I didn't think that there'd be anything for them to do in a special session on compressed tax rate of the school district. But, because Kevin did pull a Hail Mary and try to do something, we needed him for some stuff that was specific to Nueces County that we didn't know about. So I would not only support this, but would offer the amendment to include the time that they spent in July on an amount appropriate to that as well, up to the $2,500. And again, I like this.
Are you making that a motion?
Yeah, I am.
Yes,
I am.
okay.
I think that's a great approach. Thank you for doing it this way, because
we have a motion and a
yeah.
second.
Let me make it again. So that was really not very well stated, and Lorenzo doesn't ask me very often, so I know it's a bad motion. So I would make the motion first of all to amend, or Well, I would make the motion to allow the county judge to execute agreement, if necessary, with legislative consultants Joel Roman, Patricia Shifton, for temporary services for any special session called by the governor, up to $2,500 a month per person. In addition to, that motion would include payment within those confines at the judge's discretion for the work done in the month of July, I guess? Because I know they were paid through June, so in the month of July?
Month of
Okay.
July.
That good?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Teresa is wanting to say something to the court after you finish. So, sorry.
That was my
Yeah.
lengthy, long-winded.
We have a motion. Are you
Second.
still second? Commissioner Hernandez, Teresa would like to talk to.
I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner, so the motion, the contract did expire June the 15th. So we're just actually going to go and make it, we're going to make it effective the end of that contract, but we're lowering the rate to $2,500? Are we staying at the $5,000 number and then we're going to extend it for 3 months?
No, there's
None of that.
So it's at.
None of that?
Yeah. I'll talk to you,
I can't
Teresa.
even say that motion again.
I'll talk to you when we, yes.
But no, none of that. So in other words, from June 15th on, under this motion, the judge would have the discretion to pay for the work performed at a rate of $2,500 per person, and she has a right to, as needed, week by week, month by month, whatever the case may
Okay.
be.
Yes.
Okay.
But no, we're not
All right.
extending a contract at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any
So
other discussion?
For clarification from our office, without the contract, what is going to be, are they just going to submit
An invoice,
invoices?
I would assume I
I
would ask
think,
them
I think
to
they may have to
submit
submit an as-need contract. I mean, that's up to them to present. We've approved what there's a motion on the floor to approve what we want to do. If you need to do something and get a contract from them for as-need contract, I don't know. That's up to you, Jenny, to tell us what you need for that. And we're putting you on the spot, so you don't have to tell us today, but.
Okay, because I know we were working on getting a new contract set up because the one did expire, and
But it'd be
we
an
can look
as-need
at that with
contract.
that in mind. So only maybe a work order.
Preposition kind of
Preposition.
contract.
Work order,
I look at it as
probably.
kind of a preposition contract, if we need them.
If necessary.
Preposition contract.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 5, discuss and consider approval of joint application request for exemption and request for approval of dune permit.
Yes,
Hello,
ma'am.
Mr. Cross.
Yes, ma'am.
You're up.
So this was kind of a hybrid permit application. It was determined that they didn't need a permit to fill wetlands between 1,000 foot and 350. The applicant and the applicant's representative are here, and Christine's online, so y'all jump in and correct me if I mess anything up. But they got a federal determination that the wetlands weren't jurisdictional, which gives them the authority to fill them. So anyhow, they're also requesting an exemption because they need the exemption to fill the one wetland that they have that's been approved by the Corps that's inside the 350. We've gotten comments back from the GLO. They're basically boilerplate comments. Don't disturb any dunes or dune vegetation, with that, which the applicant is clearly not doing. Don't cause any adjacent flooding to adjacent properties, which they're clearly not doing. And so I think this is good to go. I recommend you all approve it.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this dune permit. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No new, yes.
We're done.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much, sir. Moving on to item number 6, discuss and consider execution of a real estate application with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and that's you again.
Yes, ma'am. We've had this lease where we lease this property. I don't know if I have a diagram in there or not, but it's a small section right next to the jetty in Port Aransas that I.B. McGee Park overlaps on. There was one executed 25 years ago, and as far as I can tell, there was one for 15 years executed before that. So we've been leasing this piece of property from the Army Corps for 40-plus years. We don't have any planned construction development on it, but we do maintain it because the access to the jetty from the beach, especially there in the fall for the fishermen, is a really hot item. And so anyhow, with our future expansion over at IB McGee, we don't have any plans to build on this property. If I was to do so, I'd have to go through some special approvals to the Army Corps. So it's just a boilerplate, no cost lease from them. I recommend approval.
And this isn't the property you and I discussed prior to that we own that's...
Oh, no, that's not that property.
It's completely...
That's south.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Judge, motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Chesney, a second by Commissioner Hernandez. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Item number 7, discuss and consider the ramifications of the upcoming 2023-2024 budget. And Commissioner Chesney, I know you put this on here. I've also been asked if we could pull this to request a question from our attorney in the back and our financial advisor for executive. Can we pull this and hold on to the end, move this until after executive to address it?
You are the judge.
Do we have the right to do that, Jenny?
Absolutely,
Yes.
pull any item in there, and I think pulling it later will get a meeting out of place or out of the way.
Bring it back
so
out,
that
and
we
I
can
know we
have-
want to talk about it, but we have a couple of questions that are needed to be addressed before the discussion on this, if possible.
Okay.
Thank you. Remind me not to forget to add it, but I put a note. Moving on to item number 8, discuss and consider allowing county staff to proceed with the processing of renaming County Road 22 between County Road 43 and County Road 51.
Judge,
yes, go ahead.
I would like to pull 8 and,
Number 14.
yes, for exec also,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me just make my notes so I don't leave them off, but I'm ready.
That's 14 also? Yes.
Yes, 8 and 14 moving to executive as well. Then moving on to item number 9, discuss and consider selection of Adura Group, Inc. for engineering services for Council of Governments method of distribution is, this is for this Colonias.
It's for the cost.
Oh, this is.
CDBG.
Yes, CDBG
Yeah.
funding, and this is Commissioner Gonzalez's item on number 9 for the Colonias. I would accept a motion to
Well,
pass.
other than, if I got any questions or anything, but,
It's,
I would ask
we've
that,
already pre-approved all of those people, so it's just a
Right.
basically, you're assigning this,
I
yes.
think I'd like to have, Jeannie, can y'all maybe work on assisting preparing a scope of work?
If you don't mind, could I speak up a little
Yes.
bit? So on this,
You the second, Jeannie,
we work together.
All right, go ahead, Mike.
So on these CDBG COGMOD contracts that we already have in place, Jenny's office has prepared a work authorization template that will be used. The action before the court today is to simply select the engineer for this work. At that point, the engineer will work with the department to negotiate that work authorization, and that work authorization will be brought back before the court to be considered for approval.
Very good. I wasn't told that before, so that's great.
So we have a motion, I'll second that motion. Any other discussion, sorry? All those in favor?
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner.
So I know that we mentioned that we approved the engineering firms, like pre-approved them, but the background, I mean, we don't have any background here, and I know that that's been asked for. So was that in the previous document that we approved for this specific project?
So for the master service agreements, we went through all of that with the court, and you've selected and executed contracts with each of those engineers.
Right.
The next step in that process is for the court to select engineers and architects for all the projects that y'all have out, both for CDBG Mint Mod and also for ARPA projects as well. And in each of those cases, once the court selects
what you're
someone,
saying is
then we'll
correct.
come. So this action really doesn't have background other than whatever the court wants to provide in support of your
choose, 'cause
selection
it's already been
recommendation.
selected.
I mean, so it's just selecting them to move forward.
Yes.
But the scope of work, we don't know what that is necessarily.
Not at this point.
So-
At the point of the work authorization coming back,
Then it will.
Commissioner, if you remember, these are the projects that we submitted and the court approved. So we
Right.
do have some scope of work in there. We just need to define it and detail it so that as we get the request for information back right now, that's why we're trying to get all these engineers on board, because they need to answer those specific questions that you're asking. We need a pond here. The engineers will answer how big, how deep, how does this affect the area? So that's why.
I just think that would have been helpful, and I mean, it just, it's hard to keep track of for us, much less the public, if we've talked about before, trying to maintain our policy, which is to have some sort of backup.
Well,
I mean,
we'll
at
include it
least
next
something.
time. I apologize for that, sir.
Yeah, that would have been my comment too, so.
That's,
and
that's my biggest thing, is
I
I
think it
get
would-
that this is maybe just a kind of one part of just moving us forward to get to that detailed information, but even just, this is for, I mean, and I know it kind of talks about drainage, but what does that mean? What does that include? The septic tank study and rehabilitation, what does that include? I mean, what colonias are we talking about? Is it just Golden Acres, or is it other areas in the precinct or in the county? That's what I need.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful if if perhaps the grants department could provide the list of all of the projects to the court, the master list. That way, when we're having these selection topics, we can refer to item whatever in that master list.
Well, if it's listed on my CDBG, it will be only in my precinct.
Right, but there's just no
It's
backup.
only his
No
precinct
backup.
and his,
But there's
yeah.
just no backup.
There's just no
That's the
backup
problem.
in the agenda.
But I think in the past, what he's saying, when we've already pre-approved these people, we have just had, okay, that's who he's selecting and moving forward. If there's a work authorization, then we have backup because it details what they're going to do within there.
I know I had some of my items that I was asked to hold off
Did
on
you
because
put
I
ice
didn't provide
in there,
any.
too, when
that I
you
didn't provide
selected
any
them?
You have to have
on that.
backup.
We have to
John's
have-
right.
I mean,
It has to be
that's-
some backup, just like
have to have
that's why I'm
some.
going to have to pull
That's
one of
just-
mine because
that's-
I didn't get backup in the right way, so.
Yeah. It's happened to all of us, so that's just my concern.
Right.
Is if there's somewhere where we can reference, I'm good with it. I mean, if it's somewhere else here in the packet, I'm good with that. But it's like, we've all been burned by it, so we just got to make sure that we're.
Yeah,
I
and
understand.
that's something I had recommended before, was that we, also for the ARPA projects, it'd be nice if we had a list of all the projects, because even I don't have access to that. I don't know what are all the projects that have been pre-approved.
We're going to have that next meeting, so
And,
we'll
and
take
you
care
know,
of you.
this is the same, and I agree, John's right, but this is the same thing that we're counting on the court manager to look to make sure, because if there's no backup, then she's supposed to be able to call, she's supposed to call whoever it is to get backup, or bring it to the judge's attention to not put it in the agenda. That's the court's policy, so.
We don't pull a commissioners, but
But it has
we
to-
can vote to table it, but we should work harder to get the backup, yes. And
Right, right. No, she's
I
supposed
guess
to
we're
go to-
saying we're
no, she's
going
supposed
to
to go
push
to
to the
us.
26th.
Right,
Oh,
she's
yeah,
supposed to come
absolutely.
to us and say, you don't have backup.
'Cause she
You need to have
represents the
backup. What are we
court.
going to do?
Yes, okay.
But like, mine's not, I don't, I've got to have to do something with mine, because mine doesn't have backup either, but nobody
Because
pointed that out to me.
The
until
court has
today.
approved individually every one of the projects that are being selected.
Doesn't
in the
matter,
past.
there's no backup. We're not saying anything about
Okay.
the
I'm not-
approval.
yeah, I'm
We're
not-
saying there's
I'm
no
not
backup.
debating
With
that
moving it
topic.
to the
Right.
26th, to come back to court.
This is not my item, by the
Make
way.
everybody happy, I don't care.
No,
Yeah.
I'm okay doing it for this one, but I
Well,
just
you all
think,
said it's happened in the past. We set a precedence. We're going to move it to the 26th and come back with the court.
problem with me.
We'll table this to the 26th meeting. A motion by Commissioner Gonzalez is okay with it. I'll second that. Well, you're going to amend your motion if you would like to state it. I'm not speaking for you. Sorry, go ahead.
Amend my motion again.
Thank you.
We do this
And
on
I
the-
second that motion.
the
We will put it
26th.
on the agenda for the 26th and bring it back with backup. Yes. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Move to the 26th. And then I assume item 10 is the exact same thing. So do you want to make, table that? Same thing, table to the 26th.
Table to 26.
Second that motion. All those in
Which one?
favor?
Sorry.
It's the next one is the exact same
We
thing.
have additional backup,
Yes.
although it's a little bit of backup, but anyway, we'll wait for the 26th. My
Yeah.
motion will be amended.
Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item 11 is the same thing. The move to the 26th, Commissioner?
Is mine too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So move, waiting for the 20, reset it for the 26th.
26th. I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item 12, and that is for you, Lisa, the comprehensive annual financial report to the court. I guess Dale is not available, and you are it today.
Yes, ma'am. Got the presentation up.
Be sure to speak in the microphone, please.
Yes, ma'am. I respectfully submit the annual comprehensive financial report for your consideration. It's a little bit late this year. We were trying to work out schedules. We had implementation issues with GASB 87, and it just caused various timing delays. But we are submitting it even for the fiscal year that ended 9/30 of 2022. Next slide.
That caught me off. That was a little surprising to me how late this was. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Next slide. These financial records have been prepared in accordance with the accounting principles generally accepted in the United States, which is GAAP, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. They've been audited in accordance with the auditing standards generally accepted in the United States, GAS, and standards applicable to the financial audits contained in governmental auditing standards by a licensed CPA firm, Patella Brown and Hill, that will have a presentation at the end, or discussion at the end. Our government-wide financial statements are designed to provide a broad overview of the county's finances in a manner similar to that of the private sector business. The statement of net position presents all of the information on the county's assets with the differences reported between the assets and the liabilities as the net position. Over time, increases and decreases in a net position may serve as a useful indicator of financial position of the county and improving or deteriorating financial condition. We will also discuss our liability pertaining to our pensions, our governmental-wide financial revenues and expenses, the financial analysis of the governmental funds change in fund balance by fund, the general fund balance, and impacts for future years. Next slide. The objective of the financial report is to provide the information to determine whether the prior year revenues were sufficient to pay the prior year services. We're demonstrating whether resources were obtained and used in accordance with the county's legally adopted budget, provide information to determine whether the county's financial position improved or deteriorated as a result of the year's operations, and then provide additional information about the county. You missed one.
You missed one.
And the government-wide total assets and deferred outflows, excluding the component units of the fiscal year, exceeded its liabilities and deferred inflows of resources by $106,375,083. The net position increased by $11,083,475, or 11.63% compared to the prior year. The governmental funds, in contrast to the government-wide funds, reported a combined ending fund balance of $129,005,501, which is a decrease of $25,380,009 in comparison with the prior year. The government fund, the general fund balance of $25,765,044 reflects a decrease of $175,523 from the previous year. The total remaining unassigned is $0 after adjusting for the prepaid items, the inventories that are non-spendable, and the minimum general fund balance that we approve each year whenever we adopt the budget. The balance of the general obligated debt at the end of the year is $191,839,402, and the debt service fund balance is $3,860,425, which is 24.74% of next year's debt service requirement. And all that information will be helpful as we're trying to prepare the upcoming year's budget. Other way. Oh, yes, there we go. Okay, so as I stated, the government-wide financial analysis, the net position tells you what your variance is between your assets and your liabilities at the end of the year. The government-wide financial statements are prepared so that they're similar to the business financial reports, and they're prepared in the same manner so that it's more of you're able to compare the governmental statements of the county like you would review the government statements of a business. Over time, net position can serve as a useful indicator of the government's financial position. As you can see, at the end of the fiscal year, there was a variance of, or the net position became $106,375,083. And we compared that to the previous fiscal year, which was a variance or an increase of $11,083,475. So the net pension liability. It's called a net pension liability. However, this year our net pension liability actually became a net pension asset. We received so much interest, and the payments that we made into the retirement account turned that liability into an asset. We actually have a surplus because of the available funding changes. That surplus is it's an increase of oh, hold on, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, that looks like it's a negative.
It's a negative because it's an asset.
Okay.
So the surplus became, as you can see, it's a liability is a positive and an asset is a negative, because normally you owe money for your pensions. You don't have surplus pension funds. So we had surplus pension funds of $27,703,866 as of December 31st of 2021 per TCDRS. And they report on the calendar year, not the county's fiscal year.
Good.
Next slide. So the change in net position, as you can see, our net position, which again is the conversion of our governmental financial statements to the government-wide financial statements, had a ending position that increased by $11,083,475. That net position restated was $106,375,083, and that's across all funds excluding the component units. Next slide, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 777. I apologize. I have two up. Hold on. Okay, I'm on slide 8. Okay, so the total revenues increased by $21,177,855. The property tax revenue decreased by $775,037 due to the effects of inflation throughout the area. The investment earnings increased by $1,420,218. This increase was mainly attributed to the effects of the Federal Reserve raising the Fed fund rate to help reduce inflation throughout the country. And the operating and capital grants and contributions increased by $4,710,656 due to an increase in grant funding. All of this information is found in your MD&A section of your annual financial report. Next slide. We're on 9. So your total expenses also increased. Your total expenses increased by 3.96%, which is $8,389,493. The largest portion of that increase is due to the implementation of GASB 87. I believe Dale had talked to you about it for several years, but the judges knew. The implementation of GASB 87 made us recognize our leases as expenses our lease expenses as a capital asset, and so therefore it increased your expenses and it increased your fixed assets, and the two net out. But in the first year for implementation, there was a big increase. Here is a visual representation of the government-wide financial statements, the net program revenue versus the net expenditures. As you can see, the law enforcement and corrections has both the highest expenses and the highest program revenue, as we do get reimbursed for some of those expenses that we have. Next slide. The balance, or the fund balances. This is what all of you are questioning regarding where you are at the end of the year. You begin, so that's your beginning fund balance plus your revenues plus your transfers in minus your expenses minus your transfers out gets you to your ending fund balance. As you can see, the general fund ending fund balance decreased by $175,523. And therefore, there was only 24.15% of the budgeted revenue and transfers in. We are right there at the cusp of our 25% that we try to do, that we try to have in reserves. So we're right there about to, on the borderline of meeting it at the end of 9/30 of 22. There was an increase in the fund, a very small increase in the fund balance for debt service, a larger increase in the fund balance for road fund, and then the other small funds had varying amounts of decreases. Law library did end with a negative fund balance of $64,852, which was which is 31.77% decrease. We will need to transfer additional funds in the current fiscal year to cover that shortage. They have begun receiving funding from district clerk. They have their main source of funding is the district clerk collects a law library fee whenever cases are filed. Now that cases are being filed and the courts are moving, they've started to collect those fees. That shortage has decreased as of today in the fund balance, but it will, if additional funding isn't provided, they will end the year on a negative balance at 9/30/23, most likely.
So Lisa, I have a question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but so everything we've seen here is September of 22.
That's correct.
So we don't know exactly where we at today. You know, because I mean, that is probably my concern. I know where we're in September 22, but where are we at now as we go forward? Because we're getting close to September of 23 again. And are we going to have a report that's going to tell us where we at by the end of August, or September the 1st, or September? Because, you know, we need to know those numbers also. And I know our general fund was 25,940,567. You know,
That was for the fiscal year that ended 9/30/21.
yeah, so I'm saying everything here is 22.
Yes,
So
that's
21 to
correct.
22.
This is, yeah.
So this is where I'm concerned is the gap, right?
Yes, sir. Whenever we do our budget workshops, you'll remember that Dell prepares estimated actuals for the budget workshops, which will give you those estimates of where we anticipate to end the fiscal year for 9/30/23. We'll also discuss any departmental requests, make any adjustments that Commissioners Court would like to see, additions to the budget, deletions from the budget on an as-necessary basis, and in order to prepare the 23-24, I'm trying to keep my fiscal year straight here, 23-24 budget.
What I would like to see is 6 months, tell us where we at.
Yes, sir. It'll be in that budget workshop that we're going to have, and I think it's in just a couple of weeks, I believe. I believe that on the 29th, we meet with the judge, and then it's that first week of August that we, or second week of August that we start those budget workshops. But I believe that, I know I'm working on estimates, and I know Dale's working on estimates. We're trying to get something done, at least a very rough draft done by the end of the week.
I understand Commissioner Gonzalez and wanting those numbers more so and going into our future plans with the problems we're looking at as well. So it's a little bit more pertinent and important this year to have facts, planning before we weren't looking at the situation we were. So every bit that y'all can do to help facilitate that sooner. We can't have this in September of next year and deal with the problem we're going to deal with. So yes.
But
I understand. I've been in talks with Dale and their office and do agree 100% with you, Commissioner, and we'll work on that with my meeting as well and bring it to the budget.
And
reiterate that request for sure. Yes.
Again, I believe that we're going to finalize a very rough draft of the estimated actuals because additional costs are coming in every day, and so it's the more information that we have, the better the estimates become. So we're going to give a very rough draft of the estimated actual ending fund balance for 9/30/23. I'll be sure to have Dale forward it to all the members of Commissioners Court so that you will all have an understanding of where we look like we're going. And as we make revisions and updates to those, I'll be sure to give Commissioners Court a copy of all of those as well.
Okay.
Next slide. So the general fund revenues, as you can see, the majority of our general fund revenues are property tax. The other portions of the revenue are minimal compared to the amount that the county relies on the property tax revenue to fund the general fund operations. And again, this is all information that's extremely helpful in the overview when looking at the situations that we have with our upcoming budget. Next slide. And as you can see, the general fund balance, I compared the 5-year forecast of the actual fund balance, which is shown in, oh, sorry, next slide. Oh, you're there, my bad. I have two screens. I'm sorry. As you can see, it's the 5-year forecast of the fund balance. We've increased our fund balance from 2018 at 18 million all the way up to $25,765,044 in the fiscal year that ended 9/30/22. We are right there at the cusp of reaching that 25% targeted budgeted revenue at the end of 9/30/22. Next slide. We already know that Commissioners Court approved the 2022 PPFCO on December 14th of 2022. Therefore, your debt service obligation is going to increase in the fiscal year that we are currently in, which is the fiscal year that'll be ending 9/30/23. And John Manning who is our partner, the partner at Patillo Brown and Hill, will come up to the mic and discuss his audit findings that he had of our financial report.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for letting me be here. The audit went very well. They've given me some highlights here, but in your actual ACFR, the reason that we're here is to offer an opinion on the financial statements for Nueces County, and we were able to offer an unmodified opinion, meaning, as she mentioned earlier, that the county did adhere to GAAP and present a GAAP set of financial statements, so we offered an unmodified opinion, which, of the 4 types of opinions that we can offer, is the best level of assurance that we can offer. It means we did not have to modify our opinion for internal control weaknesses or GAAP departures that the county is not including in their financial statements. So although we predominantly work with the county auditor's office, this whole document is a county-wide endeavor. And so we talk to a lot of different departments, a lot of different personnel. And so the fact that this report is so good is a reflection of the county as a whole, in addition to just the auditor's office. So we appreciate all the help that we got while doing that. As she mentioned earlier, one of the reasons that we are, if you really look at this, there was a mix-up on the agenda. We were supposed to present this in June. So normally, this is due by March 31st. Because of GASB 87, the county did ask for a 1-month extension. So we're really 1 month later than we normally are. And that, if you were working on that particular implementation of that new standard, it was a lot of data to get together. Did work with DebtBook and accumulated that information in order to present a set of financial statements that were GAAP ready. So that is the reason for the delay. We also had to look at your federal and state grant funds, and we looked at 5 programs for federal, and we looked at 1 for state, and we did not have any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies to report. So in other words, the grant monies that you guys are getting, the ones that we tested, were being spent in the requirements that were being adhered to, and reports are being filed timely, and everything was in very good working order when we got here. So we appreciate all the assistance that we have offered, that we were offered. Also, the county does submit this to GFOA for the accounting in excellence in reporting, and the comments from last year's report were minimal. Those items were corrected, and we do not see any reason why this set of financials will not again receive that award. And one thing coming up is similar to the leases. There is also a new standard that will be issued in 23 that is making us capture all of your subscription-based information technology arrangements, meaning all of your long-term software agreements have to be evaluated and may possibly have to be included in the financials if they meet the criteria. So this 23 year should be the last one that we have some significant changes to the report and the time frames that we're hoping for. Never can promise anything, but we really enjoy our time here at Nueces County, and we appreciate all the effort that was given to us by a lot of people here. So if you guys have questions, I know it's a huge document. I'll be glad to answer those now. And again, thank you.
Thank you. Do y'all have any questions before he goes down? Anybody? Yeah.
The annual financial report is available on the county's website. It's been posted since April there. The hard copy, this book right here, I have 4 copies available in the back for anyone in the
public that would like a copy. We also have additional copies at our office if we run out, and then we're in the process, I believe we've already distributed them to everyone in the courthouse, and they're being mailed out to the departments that have requested them. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Lisa. Are there any other questions or comments for Lisa or the auditing department on this? If not, we thank you for the presentation, Lisa. We will move on.
Yes, sorry.
Uh-huh. That's
No
okay.
consideration, sorry.
Yes, there is no action on this, just a report. Thank you again, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Court.
Moving on to item 3A13 to discuss and consider reappointing of the Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Board positions. Let me first state that there is a correction that's being passed out. Your copy in your packet says Shane Gleason was not included in that. We have already voted to appoint Shane Gleason on there the last time. We have 4 current serving members that have reapplied when this was opened up. Those members being Matt Stevens, Lisa Buckholt, Selena Boggs, and Cindy Winkley. And there are 2 different items up for discussion for the board to reappoint the current members, and then the bylaws state that they have to have a minimum of 7 members, but can have up to 11 members. We have additional applications of 3 other individuals who applied that we've been asked to consider them and have heard great things about their involvement in animal care. And I would ask for your consideration on those 3 as well. But
Judge, I would make a motion to reappoint the 4 and add the new additional 3.
Second.
we have a motion and a second, a motion by Commissioner Chesney, a second by Commissioner Modes. And is there any other discussion? Oh, Gonzalez, I'm sorry, I thought it was Modes. I thought you said.
I'll take credit for it.
Okay.
I've been called other things.
Sorry. I don't know why I heard it from this side and my ears are messing up. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
And Judge,
Aye.
Judge,
Oh, do we need to list the names?
Yeah, just for the record, the reappointments are there, but the new
Yes.
applicants are Leslie.
Nisa Beal, are you going to list them out
Yeah, I
since
was
you did the motion? Go ahead.
I'm fine. Leslie.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I give it back to you. I was like, no.
Panison. I spoke with her, Panison.
Panison, okay.
Panison.
I was not about to attempt
Anessa
that.
Beal, and Christina Lofton. And I do want to point out, these 3 new applicants have a great deal of animal experience. And
We're very
appreciate
excited about it and
all
appreciate
of the
their.
board members
yes.
who are currently serving, and appreciate all the new ones that are coming on to serve.
Yes, so we had a motion and a second. Did we vote on that already? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Moving on to, we moved that to executive. Item number 15, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meetings. And I believe that we filed this morning for a special 2-item agenda meeting for Monday morning, just to let the public aware, so that you know we will be having a meeting at 9 a.m. here in the courthouse to address 2 items on Monday morning. There are no other additional comments about meetings. We will move on to Public Works, item B1.
Judge, if I could, real
go
quick.
ahead.
Just on B4, I need to make a motion to table that to the next meeting, or I'm going to actually table that indefinitely until we're ready on that one. So that's one of mine and Juan's working together on that.
I will second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion to table passes.
Judge, Commissioners, can I request to table item B7?
B-
Or recommend? B7, that's for the TKE.
Until?
Next Commissioners Court.
Okay.
The 26th.
Judge, based on Public Works Director's request, I would make a motion to table to July 26th.
Can I get some clarification on the why? I mean, is this like a pressing issue, or?
There's some items in the proposal, Commissioner, that we need to modify, and we need to get, have TK make those modifications, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you.
I'm sure this sounded like it was a pretty urgent
Yes, sir.
issue with the jail elevators, so, yeah.
yeah. Yes,
I'm
that's what I was
glad you
wondering,
asked that, thank you.
Yes.
Okay,
Understand.
so we, did we already vote on that one? I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. We had a motion to table this to the next meeting, the 26th meeting. I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you,
Any
Judge.
opposed, same sign. Motion passes. So going back to item B1, discuss and consider adopting a resolution to work with the Texas Department of Transportation.
Judge, Commissioners, Public Works is recommending adopting the resolution. This is for full funding, 100%, to replace a bridge on County Road 18. The bridge number is CR 232, and we're recommending approval of the resolution.
And this is federally funded.
It's
This
federally
is what
funded.
you're saying, fully funded,
Yes,
100%,
ma'am.
not by the county. Yes,
That's
okay.
correct. That's correct.
Be clear.
Yes,
So move.
We have a motion and a second, a motion by Commissioner Hernandez, seconded by Commissioner Modas, in case you didn't get that. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. The second item is very similar. Item number 2, discuss and consider adopting a resolution for TxDOT again.
That's correct, Judge. We're recommending, Public Works is
Different bridge,
recommending
same
the
thing.
resolution for, and bridge, this is for bridge number CR 218, and it's on County Road 18.
And the same scenario, it's 100% federally funded. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So move.
We have a motion to pass the resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Item number 3, discuss and consider execution of work authorization number 1 for $79,350 with Govan Development for the Stonegate drainage improvements.
Judge, Commissioners, Public Works is recommending the execution of the contract with Govan. This is work authorization number 1, and this is an ARPA-funded project. And Public Works is recommending for the design of the detention facility and within the watershed of the Stonegate area, which is a northwest area.
And the Govan contract is attached.
So
Yes,
moved.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Modas. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Show Commissioner Gonzalez saying aye. On item number 5, discuss and consider selection of Freeze and Nichols for development of the detention pond. This is yours, Commissioner Chesney. And there is no attachment.
Yeah, the background was provided, but are we ready on this one too?
For Santa Maria.
For 5?
For 5, can we can hold back on that, Commissioner?
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
there is, the background is the backup, so I don't.
Yes, sir.
That's what we posted. There's nothing else to put, but I'm just,
Oh, there's no-
are we ready?
Yes, sir.
To move forward.
You ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then,
Well, you want to
well, this
recommend
is
it?
the one where,
Santa Maria subdivision.
yeah, because it's supposed to be a
We're gonna-
COG project, but I was gonna just, because we weren't sure if I could get, that was my question, is whether I can get I can do this now, because this is one of my COG projects, right?
Yes, sir.
But we don't have that funding.
No, sir.
So we were told they won't reimburse us if we spend it in advance, right?
That's correct. That's correct, Commissioner.
So I'm gonna have to table this until I get clarity on that too, because I gotta make sure I don't do anything that messes that up. So I'm gonna table this until July 26th.
We have a motion to table until the July 26th meeting. Do I have a second? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. We will bring it back on the 26th. Item number 6 is yours also, Commissioner Chesney. Discuss and consider selection of urban engineering for the development of drainage improvements.
And it may be the same.
The same thing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to table this one just to get clarification, because
Yes, sir.
July 26th also, Judge, motion to table.
We have a motion to table to the July 26th meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you.
And I would ask if anyone, we put the background in, because that's all the background there is. If anybody else wants to look at that one, since we've tabled it, and ask for any additional background, I'm happy to do it, but that's really all the background there is. So, but if there's if anybody else wants
Needed
any, I'm happy to provide more
clarification, yes.
if I can figure out what that would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Moving to item number, we're going to break probably, hopefully we'll get through, we may get through to
They
this
should go
before
pretty fast,
executive.
Judge.
Yeah, oh, I'm not doing it yet. I was thinking 11:30 or 12 for executive, but it looks like we're moving right along, tabling everything, so sorry. Item C, purchasing, number 1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving the county judge to be an authorized signer for enterprise fleet management lease schedules, and I think that's just a change of the name from the former judge probably to the current judge.
That's correct.
So,
That's
yes.
So moved.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Item C2, discuss and consider award and execution of a software license agreement for case management software for the medical examiner's office. I believe,
So on here, the recommendation, we had a proposal opening. There were 3 proposals received at that time. On April 12th, Commissioners Court approved conditional selection of Quincy Technology Solutions. The recommendation is to award and execute software license agreement for case management software for the medical examiner, ARPA RFP number 3224-23 with Quincy Technology Solutions. And we have the payment schedule listed below. ARPA funds will fund the first initial year at $96,395. And the future years are going to be funded out of the department based on funding previously agreed to by Commissioners Court on January 4th, 2023, Agenda Item 3B1, by the elimination of a medical examiner's office senior records clerk position. And so the charges will come to the medical examiner department 3890-5213 software expense funds.
So moved.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to approve. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you, Forrest. Item number 3, discuss and consider conditional selection of Frontier Waste Solutions for solid waste collection and disposal services for county residents, and I understand this is paid for by the residents who use this service.
That is correct.
Yes.
We received one proposal. It's from the current provider, and the committee recommends conditional selection of Frontier K2 LLC DBA Frontier Waste Solutions for solid waste collection and disposal services for county residents under RFP 3238-23.
And this is taking over Allied?
Absolute Waste
I'm sorry,
was the
Absolute.
former provider. We had an item earlier this year where the ownership changed to Frontier. So essentially, the owner that took over for Absolute Waste is going to continue.
And those
to
are
provide the
typically
service.
usually only 2 bids we would receive in the past?
Historically, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
They've already been working for us, Mike?
Yes.
Frontier?
Yes, we've used Frontier in other areas of the county.
And it might be where I live too, so I live out in the country. I'm so thrilled to have trash pickup. We pay for it. Don't take this away. I would accept a motion to pass.
And we'll come back.
Second.
We'll come back with the contract for you to approve later. This
I
is
have
just
a
selection.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item 4, discuss and consider conditional selection of P Squared Emulsions Plants LLC, road materials for Mr. Pimentel, I understand, Public Works. Yes.
Correct. This is a.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 5 is very similar, same thing, discuss and consider conditional selection of Colorado materials, and I understand this is only used if necessary. It's just to keep those contracts ready so we have someone to get material from.
So pre-position, basically, kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay, so moved.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion by Chesney, seconded by Commissioner Hernandez. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say aye, sorry. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. I got a little tongue-tied. Item number 6, discuss and consider authorizing and approving amendment number 2 to the agreement with Archangel Mortuary Transport for morgue transport services.
Yes, so this recommendation is to approve amendment number 2 to the agreement with Archangel Mortuary Transport for morgue transport services. This renews the agreement for an additional 12 months.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Item number 7, discuss and consider authorizing an amendment number 1 to the agreement with Tetra Tech for disaster debris monitoring service. And this is a contract that we use in case of a hurricane or something but it's only used if necessary.
It's only used if necessary, and it's required for use to go in conjunction with our debris removal
Yes.
contract.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 8, discuss and consider authorizing and approving the purchasing agent to conduct a public online auction with Renee Bates Auctioneers for county surplus and/or salvage property.
So on this item, back in March, the court approved us to have a contract with Renee Bates to conduct an auction. We're now ready to move forward with that auction. We've provided a list of items out to all of the department heads. We've received no interest in the items that are up for auction. And these are typically going to be vehicles that are way past their useful life and not able to be used. Any that we have that are able to be used, we readily try to transfer those to other departments so that they can continue to get useful life out of them.
And how does it work? They take a piece of this, or I don't remember how it's...
So this all goes into the County Sale of Assets Sinking Fund, 0133-4790, or except for the forfeiture items where the proceeds will be distributed per the instructions of the court of jurisdiction for that particular forfeited vehicle. So there are some cases where it gets distributed
how do they get
amongst
paid?
The DA's office.
How do they get paid? How do the people get paid that are doing it?
They
is my
take a
question.
percentage.
They take a
They
percentage.
take a percentage,
That's what
yes.
that's what I asked. Okay.
Yes.
Motion to approve, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item number 9, discuss and consider a method of procurement RFP for jail diversion program services and authorize a purchasing agent to publish a notice, adopt an order delegating evaluation authority to a selection committee.
So if the
I
court-
do have
if
a
the court
question
recall-
on this
Sure.
one, though.
If the court recalls, you approved this for me already. I had to go to the hospital district because it was contingent on their approval. They've approved it as well. They've asked for 2 members of their body to be a part of this committee. And we also had to make corrections to 2 of the job titles that were listed on the previous order. And that's what we have presented for recommendation today. But I understand there might be some request from the court to modify that list or make a request to modify that list.
I do, Judge.
Do what? You
I
do? Go
I have some
ahead. Go
suggestions.
ahead.
Judge, to me, this is too large a committee. It's got 7 spots on it. It's got 2 from mental health, 2 from the sheriff, 2 from, to me, it would seem if we have 1 from each, that it would make it a more reasonable committee from scheduling, from calendaring, and so forth. So my hope was that the court would let us change this to where it was the commissioner's court administration manager, the director of mental health, or his designee, the jail or the sheriff, or his designee, the hospital district administrator, or his designee, and that would give us 4 on that committee instead of 7, and that way it would be a little more manageable for that committee. So that would be my suggestion for amending this order.
And I have a question. I had a constituent call and ask about, since it is for the jail and the police department bring people to our jail, they asked that why there wasn't like Chief Markle on there as well or something.
They want to pay?
They've never been there before.
They've never, yeah, it's the county's, right, it's the county's project, county's program. I mean, if you want to, I mean,
Well, they need to go back and talk about combining it, yeah.
I mean, that's up to, I mean, sheriffs that lead
I-
law
I
enforcement.
told him I would
otherwise
ask,
it's- No, no,
so,
no.
yes,
Never has
I had a
before.
call.
I would want to ask the sheriff for
I
his
thought this was
opinion on
new, though. We'd never had this before, and since we are doing this jail diversion, I thought that's why I told him I was willing to ask, yeah.
that. We just have never included, what I'm saying is, in anything we've ever done, we've never included the chief of police from the city, of any city, on anything we do. So otherwise, so why wouldn't we include Bishop City chief? Why wouldn't we include Robstown's chief?
I totally get it.
No,
When
no,
a
that's the point, is we have to kind
jail request
of.
was made to me, it was just a suggestion because he has so many people under his purview as well that it was suggested, yes.
Jenny, would it be that they don't have standing as they're not a contributory member of this financially?
Well, standing to make a decision, probably no. Advice and information and input, possibly, if you want that. But as you say, there are several police entities that might also have an interest if
Well, and I
that's
think the
something.
sheriff will do that. I think the sheriff's going to get input from people. I have great faith that he's going to reach out to all of law enforcement, and this is a county program. The city doesn't include us on their city RFPs. I don't, you know, and we work with them on a lot of different things. We didn't help them select a health director. They selected it, and we're a partner in that and a paying partner, and we didn't even have a real say in that. So, I mean, I just think this is a county project. And
Well, I agree. I
That was all.
wasn't here with this. I got the phone call, and I agree
It's a
on the
great
health
question.
department, but I told them that I would ask.
No, it's
so,
a great
yes.
question, and that's just an honest answer. Someone else, but again, y'all may disagree with me, and that's fine.
I'd like clarification, because I agree in shrinking the selection committee, and I'll ask for clarity again, just because I didn't get a chance to write them all down. But I see MHID is here represented, and I wasn't sure if they had anything they wanted to share or they wanted to weigh in on this, because, I mean, this definitely involves them, so.
I think they're just, I mean, they're going to be a proposer, I would assume. Yeah. Sure.
First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to the hospital district, our collaborative partners, this court. Over the last 4.5, 5 years with these programs that we've designed, developed, and implemented in partnership with the county at the county's request, we've been able to serve over 3,200 individuals and save the community and the hospital system, the county, over an estimated $23 million. So first and foremost, thank you for your investment in creating programs of this type. Secondly, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the court may have about what these programs entail and what it might look like for the community and the people we serve currently in these programs, should these programs cease to be provided as they are today.
I don't think that's
I don't think
what's
that's
up.
really-
That's not what's
No,
being
I don't-
discussed, so we appreciate what y'all do.
Yeah.
We're not, that's not.
I don't think that's.
Yeah.
Understand.
Yeah, thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you.
And then you just want clarification on
I think that.
Brent's list being
So, I'm sorry, John,
shorter?
it was.
Yeah.
It was
I have a version, if I can read, I believe that'll capture what you're talking about. So the new list amended would be Commissioners Court Administration Manager, Director of Mental Health and Wellness, or designee.
Or designee on court administrative manager too, because I know she's got a vacation coming up, and if they're going to meet, then she needs to be able to designate too. So I apologize. I did not say that in my original, and so I want to add that back to
Okay, so we'll say Commissioners Court
All or designee.
Administration Manager or designee, Director of Mental Health and Wellness or designee, Nueces County Sheriff or designee, and Nueces County Hospital District Administrator or designee. And
That'd be your
that's the
motion?
recommendation of the court.
That would be my motion,
it
to amend the order as that, in that way.
We have a motion to.
Second.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second, and I won't repeat that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
And then Judge, a motion to approve the order as amended.
As amended.
Yeah, and I'll just state on the record that in consideration of the recommendations by Commissioners Court, regarding the change of members of the selection committee. I support the proposed change of members for the selection committee, and I will update the order to reflect these changes and submit for signatures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve as amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. We have item D, the auditor approved budget change order number 17 for 2022-2023.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge. I respectfully submit budget change order number 17 for your consideration and approval. All items are of a routine nature. I do want to point out that we are utilizing some of the court-appointed attorney's fees that are budgeted in Department 3300 for the contingent courts that need them for capital trials. We are utilizing those funds or some of those funds at this time and redistributing them to the county courts at law and district courts that need that funding. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Is there any other discussion on the budget change order? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item E, Human Resources. Item number 1, discuss and consider approval of Workday background check integration cost of $5,000. And discuss and consider approval of contracts for higher right background services and related matters.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. We looked at several different vendors that could work properly with Workday and would successfully work with the system that they have in place for Nueces County. And then we decided on choosing HireRight, a global company that's really in 200 countries and is in all 50 states in the United States. They've been in business for 28 years, and they are able to provide comprehensive services that would be in the best interest of Nueces County.
What's the funding source, Tim?
So we're using the Workday integration project funds for this cost.
For all of this?
Part of the cost, that's not.
No, that's not correct. We're going to use Department 1285 for the current fiscal year.
The general fund?
That would be the general fund, correct.
So is that,
Excuse me, I think you mean employee benefits, 1280?
1280, that's what I meant. I apologize. I'm sorry.
so 1280 for all of this?
No, just for just for the current year's portion. And then the integration of 5,000, and it'll include the integration of the 5,000.
So the 17.7 plus the 5,000 is
That's correct.
1280, and then how does the 5905 work? Oh, they have to pay that? No.
It's being requested in their 23-24 budget.
It's being requested by who? By you?
Yeah, so I'll be working with the auditor's office. This service won't actually start until next year in January.
So this will be a budget increase request?
So it will be an additional expense that, yes, we will need to incur.
That is correct,
Excuse me.
Commissioner.
We got to do background checks. We got to spend it somewhere.
Are we hiring somebody to do background checks?
That's
Correct.
correct.
And
How did we do it before?
right now, departments randomly do it. They don't consistently do it. And what we're trying to do is to add consistency to ensure workplace safety, given the number of
No, that's a good idea. How much is it going to cost? What do you estimate? How many background checks do we run a year?
we estimate currently about 300 at an estimated cost of about $17,000. And $17,724 is the initial estimate. The Sheriff's Department will continue to do its own background checks because they are law enforcement. We want to leave that in place. But for other counties and to ensure consistency, we want to begin doing a background check.
So the 300 is not including the sheriff?
That is correct.
He does his own?
He does his
Okay.
own.
Yes.
So you're talking about, what did you say, about 17,000?
725.
Which is, I thought you just said that's going to come out of 1280.
That's where they're requesting the increase from, and is 1280 for the 23-24 budget year.
And
Hold on, for the current budget year,
the
yes, there's
5,000.
funds available in
Right.
the current fiscal year to cover these costs. For next year, they're requesting it also out of 1280.
so it's an increase in 1280 for next year.
Yes.
I know we got to do background checks, but
And let me just state too,
17,000 in a normal year doesn't mean anything, but this year,
It's
and I
an
shouldn't say
estimate.
that didn't come out right. It always means something, but
Yes.
it's not
We're going to be okay, man.
the impact you had. No,
But
we're
it
not.
is a necessity. This is something that we
I
really,
know.
this will
I
save in the
get it.
long run with problems, so.
Well, we may not be running too many background checks next year.
That's what I was going to say,
I'm not
Commissioner. I
saying
believe
that
that
like
it is,
funny.
I
I'm not
believe
trying to
that
be
it's a
funny.
cost per background
person, yeah.
check. And so if the number were to decrease, that amount would decrease. Isn't that correct,
that is
sir?
absolutely
Yeah,
correct.
and I'm not saying that
So-
to be funny. I'm saying that to be honest. So
Yes, sir.
For
We're also
instance, if
looking
no
at
background checks were ran, there would be no cost.
We're also looking
the
at
Sheriff's Department
a
couldn't do it for
package
us?
deal that could be.
The Sheriff's Department couldn't do those?
That's,
they do their own.
So I did look into the Sheriff's Department doing them. Right now, they don't really do a comprehensive check. They're educational certifications that we need to ensure. There's also certification of different certifications in different fields, such as in lawyers and for doctors. We want to be able to have access to these different services, and the Sheriff's Department doesn't have that scope of services currently. So this is more of a comprehensive approach, and it is itemized, so the expenses that we project could actually be less, but we're giving you an estimate right now.
But it's not like it's going to be an everyday thing, you know.
Well, we do engage in a lot of hiring, yes. But in that process, we need to make sure that we're doing background checks to warrant the hires that we're doing can ensure safety in the workplace as well.
if I remember correctly, Tim, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's going to be the candidates that are selected for the position that'll get the background checks. So
That is
it'll be
correct.
after the candidate's selected to reduce the number of background checks that we have to do.
Yes, we won't do it for every applicant. We're only doing it
So
for
we do
those
it
who
after
object to
we
it.
offer them a job, or we, does that put
it's
us in
like-
a
it's
bind
at
with
the-
that? To me, it kind of seems like a little too late.
Yeah,
It's
you offer them
at
the
the
job,
same
then
time
you-
that we're doing the drug testing.
So we can offer them contingent upon your background check?
Yes,
Okay,
that is normal
yes, okay.
practice, yes.
When you said it like that, I was like, wait a
before you
second,
give them a
we've already
job.
offered them a job, then we're gonna, it's like,
It's a step
Yeah.
before you give a job.
okay. that
Motion
makes
to
sense.
approve begrudgingly.
We have a motion from
Commissioner, I have a
Commissioner
question
Chesney.
just for the auditor. So this for the first year, 5,000, since it's part of the workday, so they couldn't, out of the 5 million for the software, they couldn't get paid through that?
As you know, the PPFCO funds were reallocated to various other projects in addition to being used for the Workday project. That funding went to help Public Works with equipment, medical examiners to help with equipment, the
machines.
county clerk's election equipment. That was over $1 million right there. It's gone to various projects that needed funding. Workday will need additional funding, and we will have to come to court and request additional funding from other capital outlay projects.
I do want to state that cost was heavily considered in our selection of a vendor, and I just want to be clear that while we project $17,725, it is based on packages. So not every candidate is going to require certification review. That's a savings per candidate. So we'll conduct the background checks based on the type of applicant that is being hired.
Well, you can do the state, but you can't do the NCIC, so.
Correct.
I have a motion by Commissioner Chesney, a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. Is there any other discussion to approve this? Both. No other discussion? All those, I'm sorry, is it two separate votes? Sorry. A motion by Commissioner Chesney, or we can't combine those two,
Yeah, I
so we'll do
combined
two.
them.
You want to combine them then?
Yeah, no, it's all from 1280, so it doesn't,
Yeah,
it's fine.
it's not
I
two
could- I
different
made it as one
sources,
motion.
so.
Well, one's for the amount, and then the other one is to select higher right.
of a
I
contract.
can't make them both. I can't make it, I made it as one motion. I can't do both. I mean, but I'll separate, whatever you
We'll
want me to do.
separate it, okay.
Motion to hire right, and do that one first if you want.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve a contract for hire right for background services. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign.
And then
The motion passes. Then now another separate motion. Go ahead.
somebody else can do it. Doesn't have to.
I'll do it. Approval of Workday background check integration cost of $5,000. I'll make the motion.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Hernandez. And any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Mr. Soleil, the next item up is number 2, and that's mine, to discuss and consider reclassification of emergency management coordinator position. And this is exactly what we've done with all the other departments. And the difference with this being, until I replace my chief of staff, she will be working in both locations. So we split the pay coming out of one and going to the other. So
And then Judge, she's eventually going to go up there full time.
she will go full-time is the reason we did the increase, but we also deleted a position just like we have done for every other.
No, right, you have obviously
Yes.
way more than enough salary
We have-
savings to
we have
cover the increase.
plenty of salary
Right.
savings
So I mean,
to
do you
do
want
that.
to, are we just going to go ahead and are you going to have to come back again when you move her?
Do I
full
have to
time?
come back, or can we do the approval of both? Because she's really only going to be helping me out
Yeah,
until.
no, I mean, I would make a motion to approve this, but when the time comes to move her completely.
Conditionally
you don't
go
have
ahead
to
and
come back to
approve. I don't
court,
have to
and
come back.
that's approved too.
Yes.
Full-time basis.
Second.
Is that clear
I
enough?
think, Judge, you had on the request to start her on the roll July 22nd.
Today, whatever,
Oh,
no,
why
I
not?
think
Can we
today.
not today?
Yeah, we're doing it today. I thought,
Or-
I'm
or-
sorry.
or when- well,
Whenever
let's be
we
good.
can.
When's the next pay period?
Oh, the pay period
Yes,
is why we were
we-
waiting till the
we need-
22nd.
We need to do
Yes,
it
okay.
we need to do it at the next pay period. We just were paid last.
That's probably why we did the
Yes, so
22nd.
Let's just do it the
so-
next pay
The
period
next-
and y'all figure it
The beginning of
out.
the next pay period, yes, that's correct. Thank you so much,
Sure.
Commissioner, I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
no, we want to make it easy.
Yeah, let's don't put
I
a,
truly appreciate
because we'll have to come back for a special meeting because we said the wrong date. So we'll
Yes.
just say, effective the next
Exactly.
pay period.
Exactly. Thank you so
Okay.
much, Commissioner.
And then, does it clear though, Lorenzo, that we're doing it this way, but we're also saying whenever she goes full-time, that we don't have to come back to court, that's a done deal too? Is that good? Yes. Okay, all right.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll second your motion. Thank you, Commissioner Chesney. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And thank you, I appreciate that. We are now ready to go into executive
Judge?
session. Oh, sorry, wait.
Quick question before you do executive session. What is it called? Certified, what's that? I can't.
A certified agenda
Yeah,
where
I
we
would-
don't have a recording
I'd
of
like
it,
to make
yes.
a motion to do a certified agenda for the executive session today, and that it only be the court and the county attorney in the executive session.
For all of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. We have a motion for that. Do we have to do a vote on that, or we just?
I think that's what Jenny told me we had to do, right?
It would, yes, please.
I'll second the motion. Then we have a motion to do a certified executive session agenda limited to only those commissioners and the attorney representing or whatever the person we invite in. Any other discussion, or all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. So now I will go through this lengthy list. It is 12:37, and we are moving to
11:30?
11:37, sorry, not 12. Thank you. We are moving to executive session. Public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there's been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer in accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such actions as appropriate on items discussed in executive session. Today, item A, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters relating to the claim by Juan Pimentel dated January 28, 2023, and related matters. And I assume that would be 551.071.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank
Judge.
you. Yes. I'm going to need your help on the three others that we moved, but I'll come back to those. On item B, consult with county attorney and outside counsel regarding legal matter in the County of Nueces versus Purdue Pharma. Pretrial calls number 2018-3587 in the 152nd District Court of Harris County, Texas, and related matter, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with the item C, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to settlement offer and master file number D-1GN16000370. And regarding the Volkswagen Clean Diesel litigation, TCAA enforcement case, it's in the 353rd District Court of Travis County, Texas, transferred from 2016 DCV-0164B, Nueces County, Texas, and State of Texas versus Volkswagen Group of America, et al., 117th District Court of Nueces County, Texas, and related matter, Texas Government Code 551.071. Consult with county attorney on item D regarding legal matters related to a House Bill 2127, legislative changes in immunity for county and related matters.
Also 071, Judge.
551.071. And item E, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the claim by Monica Perez dated June 30th, 2023, and related matters, also 551.071. Item F, consult with the county attorney on legal issues related to the cease and desist letter relating to Padre Bay Park, provide status update and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item G, consult with the county attorney regarding future county road annexation legal opinions and policies if needed, if any, by Nueces County related to the City of Corpus Christi's annexation policies that do not provide reimbursement for city drainage services, thus septic for certain areas that will be in the city limits after annexation in all related matters, 551.071.
Yes, Judge.
And then we pulled item 3A7.
Which all relate to G.
Yes.
So I don't know
Yeah.
what exception that is or what code that is, Jenny, but
We all did. And 3A.
That's all under 071.
071.
That's
Yes.
all legal questions.
And we're adding 3A7, discuss and consider ramifications of the upcoming 2023-24 budget on all departments and elected offices to provide as much direction to the offices as possible on the potential for budget shortfalls and related matters.
To the extent the discussion will only include legal questions, it would be under 071.
Yes.
yeah, and I don't know who, this was one you wanted to put in, right, Judge?
It's a question on a finance thing.
No,
Yes.
it's okay. I'm just-
Yes,
this
it
was-
is only, and we'll bring it back out for discussion by all means, but I have a question before we bring it out.
No, that's
So I want to
fine.
make sure. And that would be still the same thing you're saying, 551.071?
Yes.
3A8, discuss and consider county staff to proceed with the process of renaming County Road 22 between County Road 43 and County Road 51, including authorized notice to be posted pursuant to Texas Transportation Code 251.013 and all related matters, 551.071 on the government code for that one as well. And 3A14, what happened to 3A4? Oh, right here. Did I say the right thing? Yes. Discuss and consider annexation of County Road 22 area and all related matters, Government Code 551.071. And it is, I think I already stated, except for incorrectly, is 11:43, and we are going to executive session. Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you. What time is it? It is 1:44, and we are coming back from executive session. I'll give you just a second to reach your chair. I'm sorry, I thought we were ready to go.
Please go.
Okay. In open session, we need to take an action on item A, discuss and consider taking action on the claim by one Pimentel dated January 28th, 2023, and related matters. Commissioner Gonzalez, I think you have that motion.
Yes, Judge, for discussion, I just make a motion to approve the settlement with Mr. Juan Pimentel for his claim made on January 28, 2028, in the amount of $5,531.
2023?
2023.
Yeah.
Typo here. Thank you, Judge. My bad. Claim made on January 28, 2023, in the amount of $5,531.98, contingent upon him signing of all settlement and release documents and authorize the issuance of payment once all documents are executed. And I'm basing really my motion on the fact that the previous judge, Canales, show actions not becoming of a sitting judge, degraded Mr. Pimentel several times, his family, called him a criminal, called investigations from the DA and Texas Rangers without court approval and without vetting the matter. So I think when one of our employees is up here testifying before us, we should get all the courtesy they need and not to be threatened or verbal abuse or harass. So that is my motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez.
Second.
Motion was
And
just to approve the settlement, and that was just your,
the amount and the settlement,
Right.
yes.
yes.
And seconded by Commissioner
So to
Hernandez,
clarify, what is the motion again? Can you read that, Lorenzo?
the original
To approve
motion.
the settlement for,
$5,531.
Contingent upon his signing.
5,500, I'm sorry, I missed it.
$5,531.98.
90.
I would ask the court to reject the original claim and make a settlement offer at this point.
so that would be part of your, you want to make that
Part
part
of
of your
my
motion?
motion.
Yeah, to reject the,
Reject the original claim.
Original. And just go with this new claim,
Settlement
Yes.
offer in
Offer
the
in the
amount of
amount.
5,500 and,
Yes.
yes.
98 cents.
okay.
Contingent upon him signing the release, releasing the county from
County
any
of any
future
further actions,
liability.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Is the county auditor and the county clerk requested to expedite payment upon approval?
Yes.
Of course.
Do what?
I'm just trying to dot
Isn't
i's,
that pretty
cross t's.
standard?
Are you requesting that we expedite the payment of the settlement offer upon its approval?
Yes.
And the county clerk to release those funds upon their approval?
Yes.
It has to be contingent on his.
On the
We
release.
have to wait for his signature anyway, so, yes, but as soon as we get it,
Yeah.
expedite,
Yes.
yes. We have a motion seconded by Commissioner Hernandez. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item 5B, discuss, consider, and take action regarding settlement, participation, and release forms regarding settlement offers in the matter of Texas opioid multi-district litigation, County of Nueces versus Purdue Pharma, multi-district litigation, pretrial cause 2018-63587, in the 152nd District Court of Harris County, Texas, and authorizing the Nueces County Judge, Nueces County Attorney's Office, and/or outside counsel to execute necessary settlement documents and related matters. I will make the motion to approve the settlement in the statewide Texas opioid litigation with CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart as negotiated by the Texas Office of the Attorney General, and allow the Nueces County Attorney to execute the Texas release for the Texas subdivision participation form and sign all release documents.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item 5C, discuss and consider taking action on settlement offer made in master file number D1GN160000370 and regarding the Volkswagen Clean Diesel litigation, TCAA enforcement case in the 353rd District Court of Travis County, Texas, transferred from 2016 DCV-0164B, Nueces County, Texas, and State of Texas versus Volkswagen Group of America, and the 117th District Court of Nueces County, Texas, and related matters. I believe we have a motion on that.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the settlement offer made in the Volkswagen Clean Diesel litigation and authorize commissioners to execute the settlement documents provided by outside counsel.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On 5F, we have, let me find it, my paperwork got all messed up. Consult with the county attorney on legal issues related to the cease and desist letter relating to Padre Bayou Park. Provide status update and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. And I will make a motion to, in order for the county to assist the county's interest in associated legal matters, the Gulf Shore Ventures is agreeing to apply to the Army Corps of Engineers for a replacement of the Padre Bayou mitigation project with a mitigation project at the Packery Channel Nature Preserve. The county already monitors that area for invasive species and will continue to do so as part of this agreement. I'm authorizing the county judge to sign on behalf of the county for any necessary agreements with Gulf Shore Ventures to accomplish this move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Abstain, Judge.
The motion passes. Thank you. Item G. Let me go back. I'm sorry these weren't added to our list. I got to go back and find them. Consult with the county attorney regarding future county road annexation legal opinions and policies needed, if any, by Nueces County related to the city of Corpus Christi's annexation policies that does not provide reimbursement for city drainage services, thus septic services for certain areas that will be in the city limits after this annexation and all related matters, section 551.071. And I think we have a motion on that as well. Yes.
Judge, I make a motion for a temporary moratorium for any future county road annexations with the exception of County Road 22, which is listed on today's agenda, until the court has time to review and revise our policies with these requests. In addition, I'd like to direct the county attorney and public works director to meet with the City of Corpus Christi legal counsel to negotiate this item further.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Going back to the regular agenda that we pulled in 3A7, I think, Commissioner Chesney's item.
Yes, ma'am. Hang on one second. Let me get there.
Yeah, me too, sorry.
Gotta make
And
sure.
discuss and consider the
yes.
yeah, the budget.
Judge, I want to make some brief comments on this, and then I want to, first of all, applaud the local media who's done such a great job in getting the word out on this. And I also want to applaud you for meeting with a lot of department heads, elected officials. I know you invited all of them, I think, pretty much. which kind of makes this item moot because you have, it is pretty well known the ramifications of the upcoming potential 23-24 budget on all departments and elected offices in regards to the potential devastating cuts that we may have to make as a county. So I think the word has gotten out pretty clearly, and I really had put this on here just to make sure that we had the opportunity to visit with department heads and elected officials, but you took that on your own, and I really appreciate that. That's true leadership, and I appreciate that. This is going to be difficult, to say the least, to go through what we're fixing to go through. The Hail Mary that Mr. Kieschnick put forward doesn't look too promising at the moment. I appreciate his efforts on that because he's really been busting his tail trying to work to do this. I know they had a appraisal district meeting today. I don't know what the outcome was or if anything was changed there, so I don't know what is going to happen in regards to that. But at the end of the day, this county is looking at some pretty catastrophic budget numbers that, as I've said to the media and publicly, in the 15 or 16 budgets I've done as a city councilman and county commissioner, I've never seen anything like this. And that's not something that any of us I know will take lightly or are really looking forward to. I'm the first to tell you I'm always looking for ways to make cuts, but this is not the way that I ever anticipated or would want to have to make cuts, because this is going to cut into not only fat, but it's going to cut into the bone, and that's going to hurt a lot for county services if indeed it has to happen. Not only county services, but school children will be affected. It's going to be pretty rough on school districts, potentially the hospital district, Del Mar. So having said all that, just to make those comments, I would move to table this item indefinitely, simply because I think we've handled it in other manners. Thank you.
We have a motion to table indefinitely. Do I have a second? We have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Moving on to 3A8, discuss and consider allowing county staff to proceed with the process of renaming County Road 22. And that is your item also, Commissioner Chesney.
Judge, based on the moratorium passed, I'm going to make a motion to table that until the 26th to kind of see how this all plays out. So I'd make a motion to table this to July 26th, please.
We have a motion.
To the July 26th meeting, sorry.
To the July 26th. We have a motion to table. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And I am making sure, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have covered everything on the agenda. 14? What is 14?
Yeah, Judge, that one would be tabled until, make a motion to table.
Oh, that was part of G.
Yeah, that was part of G.
It was on the list for the others weren't on the list, so that was item G from the executive session, yes. Then we have, are there any adjournments in memory?
I have one, Judge.
I have one also. Go ahead.
Judge, I don't have the obituary yet, but I will read that at the next meeting, but I wanted to give our condolences to the Shivers family and the passing of restaurant owner Samuel Shivers. Sam owned Friday's Poets for many, many years. He took that over from his father, and you know, the articles online and everything that had been posted about him was he apparently was a man of great honor in regards to his employees loved him and his customers loved him, and I'll get that obituary as soon as I can find it, but did want to pass on our condolences to the Shivers family on the passing of Sam Shivers.
Thank you. We all send our condolences. Are there any others that one of the commissioners want?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Judge.
Are you ready with yours, or yes?
I'm sure most will share the passing of Ramiro Gambi Gamboa, LULAC president for Council 1, who passed away last week after a long health battle. Many knew Gambi in his service and his work with LULAC and with civil rights. I knew him as Mr. Gamboa when he was a band booster and I was in high school back at Ray High School. And so I grew up with his children. And so once I got into politics and into the community, really got to know him well, and I served along with him as a district officer for LULAC when I was the vice president for young adults for LULAC, and he was one of the officers for the regular adults, I guess who you would call them. But Gamby was just always a joy to work with, and really always had a passion for the Feria de las Flores and other events that LULAC would put on. Of course, their annual banquets as well. And so there will be a celebration of life for him this week, this Saturday, from 4 to 6. And it is at Venture Church on Alameda. And so if you knew Gamby or knew his family, you have a chance to go between 4 and 6 p.m. on Saturday, July the 15th at Venture Church, 3401 South Alameda. And so my condolences to his family, to his children, to his wife.
Yes, Judge, I as well want to say something about Mr. Camboa, Gamby. I met Gamby in 1971. He was an x-ray technician with Spawn Hospital, and we've been friends ever since, and he kind of convinced me to join LULAC. I was there, but Gamby was a good man, always willing to help anybody, and especially to work real hard for LULAC. So he'll be missed.
I just want to say a couple of things too, Judge.
Go ahead.
I want to thank the Gamboa family for allowing him to, the time he had to spend in the community helping the youth, especially the Feria de las Flores. And Gamby and I go back a long ways while I was in LULAC myself, and always willing to reach out and help, and especially the youth. He was very, very passionate about education for the youth. So I know that he's going to be missed, especially in the LULAC circle, not only here, but state and national. And I just want to say to his family that we pray for you, and we're with you, and we wish you the best, and God bless.
Thank you. I have two that I would like to read, if you don't mind. Tommy Charles Wimberly. He was a retired U.S. Navy. I met him several years ago. He was very active with the military, the Veterans Roundtable, attending anything and everything. I think we had a kindred spirit, and when he found out that my daughter and son-in-law were both Navy as well, and he retired Navy, and we're so thankful for his service to his country, and what an honorable man he was. I knew him well, but he passed away July 1st in Corpus Christi. He was born November the 16th, 1930 in Coshada, Louisiana. He earned his bachelor's degree in Louisiana and enlisted in the Navy in 1951. His college education enabled him to go to officer candidate school and earn a commission as an ensign. He went on to flight training in Pensacola and completed his training at NAS Kingsville, flying the Grumman F-6, F-5 Hellcat. His career was fighting squadrons and aboard carriers. He flew F-2H-3 Banshees, F-4D-1 Skyrise, F-3B Demons, F-4B Phantoms. He commanded Fighter Squadron 74. He served in or flew from carriers Monterey, Kherson, Bonhomme Richard, Intrepid, F.D. Roosevelt, Independence, Lexington, Shangri-La, Constellation, and Forrestal. Just a tremendous career of service to our country, and such a kind gentleman. And he was married to Gwinnell Dunsworth Wimberly, 68 years, until her death in October 2021. He is survived by his daughter, Judy O'Leary, and Patrick Wimberly of Corpus Christi, John Wimberly of San Antonio, children and grandchildren. He just was a great gentleman, and it is such a tremendous loss to this community. I know he will be missed by many, and I just want to send our sincere condolences out to his family as well. And then I was asked to read another one, and while I don't know this woman, I was asked if I would read it, and it sounds like she was another truly caring individual that gave so much to this community as well. Rebecca E. Edwards. Rebecca Estrada Edwards, 96, of Corpus Christi, passed away peacefully June 19th, 2023. She was surrounded by family and friends. She was born in Mexico. She moved to Corpus Christi with limited formal education. Everyone was amazed at her self-taught knowledge of education, government, politics. Religious woman. When it came to religion, she could recite Bible verses, and she truly, from what I've heard of this lady and what was brought to my attention, truly lived the walk and lived the life of Scripture and doing for others and helping others. Just want to say our sincere condolences to her family as well. I know these are already passed and she has already been laid to rest, but we send our sincere condolences out to that family as well. Are there any others? Then I will accept a motion to adjourn.
Second.
No way, I'm not going to, no. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. Yes, at 2:05.